Attendance has been taken, noting that Councillor Chambers is the only one missing. Councillor Miller is online. Councillor Chambers could have a funny drive this morning from his part of the county, so he could probably be coming in late, but he's not here as of yet. Approval of the agenda. Does anyone have anything to add to the agenda? I would think not. No. Approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion, please? Councillor Oakley, Councillor Coleman. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Declaration of pecuniary interest. I hope there's none. Lucas.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I will have to conflict out of the decision package on Landsdown Children's Center contribution.
Okay. Any other declarations? No. Conflict of interest. Okay, I'm going to call for a vote to have us convene as a committee of the whole. Councillor Kyle and Councillor Pierce. All those in favor? Opposed and carried. That takes us to number 5 on the agenda, which is the budget update with Heather Boyd. It's the decision package summary. As we go through the process today, too, we'll take questions as they come up. Don't wait for the end of the session. Just if you have something that you need to have clarification on, please just put your hand up. Thank you.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here to present today the update to the draft 2025 budget. We'll go through where we're at in the process. So we have had all our initial presentations at this time. And today's purpose is to go through some of the budget materials in more detail and talk about any questions that were asked at previous meetings, and then get into some of the discussions and deliberations on the budget itself. So what we're going to go through today, as I just said, starting point, where we're at now, public engagement results, questions from previous meetings, decision packages, and then if we get into it, staff reports and budget deliberations. So this is an updated version of the operating plan. I think I'm not even sure what I think there's very minor little number changes that this doesn't change the bottom line. It's just an updated to reflect, I think a one-time cost was misstated. Public engagement results. So we did try something a little different this budget year. We put out in December, before we drafted the documents, a pre-budget survey, trying to get some sense of public sentiment on the budget. It's the first time we've done that. It did have an overwhelming result. We had 259 responses, which resulted in about 400 comments. Most of those I reported on at our initial budget meeting. And since then, we really have had no questions asked about the budget beyond what we had reported last time about the key themes being, concerns about the amount of the budget, some discussion on specific projects. So this is the executive summary from the budget engagement summary, which has been distributed to all of you this morning. Once again, very many residents concerned about the property tax increases, and a lot of requests for some new services and improved infrastructure, and then overdevelopment. One of the questions we were asked at a previous meeting was to compile the information that was presented on the number of staff. So this is here mostly just for your information, unless anyone has questions. We were asked specifically about the mayor and council conference budgets. So we have summarized those. Hopefully that answers the question that was asked about that item. We were asked about the freedom of information requests, so we've compiled, there were 91 requests in 2024, and the fee is $5 each for those. That legislated fee, though, doesn't cover if somebody's asking for a more detailed request. We do give them an estimate and then send them the cost for like research and reproduction and materials. And that's on a cost recovery basis. And then we have done some improvements to the system to kind of streamline our FOIs to begin with. Health benefit rate changes. So I think this question arose because members were wondering why in some areas it seemed like there was a higher percentage of benefit increase than in others. And largely it's because our staff groups are all made up of both single and family benefit packages, and they're increasing at different rates. So it largely depends on the makeup of your team as to what benefit rate you're getting for next year. Recruitment statistics. So in 2024, we did 167 recruitments compared to 148 in 2023. And that results in a turnover rate of 9.71%. And we did have some difficulty finding other municipal comparators, but the ones we found were Oxford at 7, St. Thomas at 7.8, and Norfolk at 8.1.
Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Heather. Just briefly on that, Heather, and that's not that it's good stats that we want almost 10% turnover, but do we know, or is there any way to tell? Do you know off the top of your head? Is that senior staff? Is that is it junior staff? I'm curious as to where the turnover is. Do we know that?
Yeah, I can get that. I don't know it off the top of my head. I have more information on like the reasons, but I didn't have a ton of information on where they were.
And it doesn't have to be today or whatever. But
yeah,
I'll
outside of this, maybe I'll just send that to you separately.
Thank you.
Okay. Ontario Land Tribunal costs. So we were asked what we were paying for external services to help with our OLT appeals in 2024. So in 2024, we incurred just under $250,000 in external costs for those, related to 6 different applications. And then for comparison, we had 144 related to 8 applications. Those are, as I'll get into my next, those are very difficult to budget or estimate. It depends on how many appeals we go into, how we're going to fight those appeals, if we get into negotiations, mediated settlements, or if we're going right into trials. I think it's been a fair while since we've had an actual full OLT hearing, but those have a much bigger cost. So historically, what we've done is we have not put a specific budget for these, largely recognizing that any budget number we put, some years will be like 200% over, some years will be 200% under. So we've always dealt with it at the end of the year as, but at some point, if that's something council wants to investigate making a real budget for, I would just suggest that we look at that going forward for 2026.
Councillor Chambers.
With regard to that, the assessment impact factors in to their costs associated with appeals to the assessment. So my question is, can we factor in a cost to the applications based on appeals?
I'd probably have to have Alicia look into that in terms of the Planning Act, because I don't know how the planning fee rules are as much as I know our own municipal fee rules.
Just then a comment.
Yeah.
It would seem to me that if we're incurring $250,000 potentially with appeals, that should be borne by the applications and by the people that are applying for zoning changes rather than the tax base as a whole. That's how the assessment impact does it. So I would like that looked into, and if we can increase the costs of applications, I know it's a little bit more, but over all the applications, it might not be a significant cost.
Yep. I think Alicia might actually have some information.
Thank you through the chair to Councillor Chambers. We do actually charge a fee to receive OLT appeals. So this fee would be in addition to the fee which applicants have to make to the Ministry of Finance. In terms of making that cost recoverable, I believe the fee is only about $280. So obviously not in any way cost recoverable, but we do have that. We could look into increasing that the next time that we review the fees and charges if that's the will of council.
Any other questions before we continue? No. Okay.
Moving on then. Oops, sorry, too far. We were also asked to look at the consulting services used for development planning and building. I believe this is just for information falling out from the presentations on the first day. And then we were asked about the transfer reserve for water and wastewater. I believe it was in the context of our fees transferring more than we projected into our water and wastewater reserves. The short answer to that is yes. Over the period of since the 2019 fees, an additional $5 million has been transferred into the reserve, largely due to the growth in the population being greater than what was projected at the time the fees were created in 2019. We were also asked just to touch on the impact that last week's council decision would have on the 2025 budget. So at this point in the draft budget, there are no capital or operating amounts related to the main library Bucket Center project. There was also no previous year's capital levy funds that were allocated for the project, so any money that was allocated was intended from reserves, development charges, grants, donations, or from debt charges. So next, council's asked for another report on this in terms of next steps for the Bucket Center and the money for that. We'll be looking at that where we go forward. We'll be making recommendations for the costs incurred to date and looking at any impact on our debt reserve level limits. It may depend on what council's eventual decisions are in terms of these projects. You know, what of the costs we've incurred to date might get tied into a different project, or how we're going to deal with those. So at this point, there's no impact from that decision that's reflected in the 2025 budget decision. Just a couple things to consider going forward. So our starting point, our tax levy increase is 6.2%, which results in an impact on the medium home of just under, well, 237.59, 50 acres of farmland with no building, 8903, and 218 small retail operation of 271. And as we're considering changes to the budget, any change in the scale of 1% would be about $800,000. The capital project, so our 2025 proposed capital program and the 2026 to 2034 capital forecast is outlined in your binder. We did this morning distribute some revised sheets, just some very small changes that absolutely do not change any of the 2025 program or the final numbers. It was just a couple funding sources, I think, in the later years that have been adjusted since we started this in January. This capital forecast as presented is the basis of the long-term financial plan model that we presented a couple meetings ago. And the capital forecast is focusing mostly on meeting the needs of the asset management plan, recognizing resources and capacity, and also recognizing that the next steps for the asset management plan is to deal with the levels of service and the financing plan for that. One of the questions related to that was we were asked to look at where our 2025 program differs from what our 2024 what we had forecasted in 2024 for 2025. So we did take a look at that. The biggest changes, one was parks and facilities. We had moved the Brant Sports Complex Addition project to 2026. I think Allison reported on that at the last meeting. And this project is just in the preliminary design stage, so it wouldn't be proceeding this year at any rate. We did see a number of changes in operations. We do have a full list of projects, but in summary, the reasons that projects were moved, there was one project that was had different components, but it overall lower cost in other phases resulted that this year's money we could pay with the life to date budget. So the works we proposed for 2025, we already have the money aside for that. There were a number of projects that are not ready to proceed because there's property acquisitions or other developments that they're waiting for. There are another number of projects that are not ready to proceed because there's still environmental assessment and study work that needs to be done this year. There were a few projects that we're pushing back because they need the downtown dig project to be done before we can move forward. There was a couple of non-asset management related projects that we moved back due to timing. And there were funds reallocated to different projects due to timing and priorities. So there were a couple projects brought up every year. That's why we have a one-year program, and then the rest is just a forecast because we look at it every year to see what actually needs to be done each year before we present the program. The asset management plan, it identified a number of projects to be, a big number of projects to be completed. And then through the capital process, so we work to incorporate as many of those as is appropriate for this year for us to move forward. And there is still work to be done on the asset management plan. It's not done, and it'll be continuously worked on for the next, well, I imagine forever at this point.
Councillor Bell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Heather, you're answering some of the questions I asked. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Just philosophically, I was troubled by the fact that our 2025 budget for roads has gone down $7 million from what we forecast a year ago. And it seemed to be in contradiction to what we'd heard in from Burnside on the asset management plan. Now, you've explained some of it's not being ready, some of it don't have the materials, but it seems like there's a wave that's getting pushed further along, and that was what we wanted to avoid in going through asset management plan in the way we did. We wanted to be secure in the knowledge that we were doing what we had to do when we had to do it, and this just feels like we're just pushing the wave away. Maybe Rob could comment on that.
Well, I just like to say, like, we focused this year on asset management projects, so a lot of the things that got moved out are non-asset management related. So the roads program has gone down a bit, but overall our commitment to asset management has gone up. So the work we're doing towards the Burnside report is greater. There's still a lot of components we need to tie in to give you an exact how much we're funding, because it's not just capital, it's also works we do in operating that also impact the asset management plan. So we're still working through some of that, but this budget was designed to focus largely on the infrastructure and asset management projects.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, thank you, Heather, I appreciate that. But a $7 million swing in what is absolutely at the core of our budget does still, despite all you've said, worry me. And when I looked at individual items, things are just starting to move out in time, and I think that we need to reflect on. We need to understand what our priorities are. I had this conversation last year. What are the priorities that this council wants to see completed? And I think roads always come to the top of the list. And so I would appreciate if perhaps Rob could give us a report at some point in time about why $7 million of work has moved from one year into the next.
I think Mr. Walton wants to speak to it now too.
Through the mayor to Councillor Bell. I think Heather sort of already mostly explained this, and I think that most of this change is related to projects related to development and development charges as to where things have pushed out to match other things that are happening. I think, and Marquis can help me out with this, but what we're spending on road rehabilitation for the keeping the roads that we have in shape and doing projects like the graveled hard surface and all that sort of stuff, those amounts of money have been maintained or increased in the budget. So I think that the main change you're seeing there is related to development charge related projects or other projects which have multiple year windows and we've switched around because of how things match. Like, for example, the downtown dig project, you know, we've scheduled a number of Paris projects around not having everything shut down at the same time and a plan out over a few years to do, you know, there's about 4 years of work to be done down here. So we know better as to how that's falling into place now than we did last year. And you know, every year we update this to make it match what's happening. When you look at the capital forecast for any of this stuff, you know, the really good one we have is for 2025. 2026, not so bad. Out beyond that, you know, you're sort of guessing on a lot of it, and a lot of things need to fall into place for it to happen. As you get to 2026, then or for the 2026 budget, you're looking more, you know, really at that in the 2027 one. So, you know, I can't talk to the $7 million figure you bring up right now, but I'm sure we could, given a little bit of time.
Yeah, well, I would certainly appreciate that 7 million being properly explained item by item. It doesn't have to be today, but it is something we need to have in our minds as we're going to next year's budget. If we see slippage again on those items, it's a cause for alarm. Could I continue, Mr. Mayor, on operations?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's not. I know it's not going to impact property taxes, but the water and wastewater forecasts are challenging, and I know we've got a water and wastewater rate study coming up. But if I just look back over the couple of years, the cost of the Paris wastewater treatment plant that we had in our budget a few years ago was $50 million. And for anybody that went up to the sports centre the other week, earlier this week, you'll see it's now $150 million, and there's more to come. In fact, the totality of it was $250 million, if I remember correctly. So it's not going to affect property taxes, but I would like to have a sense of how we're going to finesse that when it comes to changing the water and wastewater rates, because we've got to raise an awful lot more money, got to pay for a lot more debentures. It's going to put pressure on our debt levels, and it's going to be like a second property tax increase if we're not carefully managing this. So again, not something that necessarily needs to get done today, but we need to be cognizant of the fact there's a potentially very large charge coming back to all of our residents. If you're in the city, it all comes in one go, because that's the way they do it. In the county, it comes separately, so we need to be alert to that. I offer that as a comment that doesn't need an answer right now.
Yeah, Mr. Walt, do you want to respond to Councillor Bell?
Through the mayor to Councillor Bell, staff are certainly aware of the pressing issues with that upcoming Paris wastewater treatment plant, and there's going to be more come back to council through the rate study and the like on that. It's really interesting. It gets back to the question asked before about how a lot of these projects dovetail together, and some of, you know, not all the projects are just straight, you know, asset management and development, whatever. A lot of it merges together. You got to do a lot of things together. So, you know, even when we're doing the development charges and we're looking at, you know, what the total cost, and, you know, it's crazy to think that our capital program for development charges it rounds to $1 billion. You know, it's a crazy amount of money. You know, this one project is a big piece of it. You know, I knew at the time, I'm looking at those numbers, and the benefit to existing piece of that is clearly not affordable. So, you know, we really dodged a bit of a bullet when the province helped us out with the St. George project, for sure. And I think we're going to have to, we're working very hard on doing a phasing plan for Paris that's going to spread those costs out as best we can. But we're going to need help from the province. There's no doubt about it. You know, we've lived off of the capacity of that existing 1964 plant really till now. there's been money spent on, but not amounts like we're talking now. But we're into the next phase of really rebuilding the whole thing, just the same as St. George. And how are those projects all done in these communities and all others across Southern Ontario and Northern Ontario? They were built with federal and provincial money initially, right? That's how it happened. So you can't just change the financing plan for that and say that it's going to go smoothly when, you know, we're trying to build for the province our part of 1.5 million homes. Well, how did those, you know, all the other homes we have get built in these communities? You know, the water wastewater part was partially subsidized by federal and provincial money. So, you know, I think that we've got something we've got to, you know, there's a good delegation to start having that at some of the upcoming conferences. Is, you know, this is something that's coming. You know, you need to get your plan in, and it can't be one-offs, right? Municipalities need to plan for this. These things, it's a big plan for us. How we spent $150 million. And so I think that the province has done pretty good in recognizing that. And, you know, St. George, thank you very much for helping us out with that one. But we got the next one coming too.
Well, through the mayor, I enjoyed that presentation we had on Monday. Brought clarity to the issue. What it did do, though, was say even all the best phasing you can do still ends up with $150 million required in the next 2 or 3 years. So it's a huge chunk of money. Could I just have one final comment, Mr. Mayor, and that's on Paris flood protection works. Those of you that were on council a few years ago will remember the furore that came because we talked about putting extra flood protection alongside the Grand River. We had some interesting pictures in the local press. But I just went back over the last 4 years of budgeting, and it's moved year by year by year by year backwards. And we have $3 million in the budget, and the total cost of providing that flood protection system, Rob, if I'm correct, is $20 million. So I would appreciate an update on that to understand how we, you know, was such a priority in 2021 is now just moving out into the sunset. And I really would like to understand that. Are we doing our community a disservice by not following through on this? Did we set a rabbit running in 2021 that we shouldn't have set running? I'd like to understand.
Mr. Walton?
Through the mayor to Councillor Bell. Great question. This is a project that, you know, seems to be easy to kick down the path. So the one thing to remember is that there's one phase of this that we still haven't completed the EA for. So the part of, you know, the west side of the Grand River, east side of Grand River Street North, those buildings, that EA is ongoing, and there will be soon some meetings on that, and we'll be finishing that. Once that's done, really the time to get this project going is there. So there's $20 million in, what was it, 2020 dollars that was the project. We are very hopeful. There have been to date, there have been grant projects from the federal government that would cover 50% of that, and we're anticipating that will continue to go on. So, but 10 million plus the inflation since 2020 is something we need to get a plan for how we're paying for it, for sure.
If I may, I don't think it's included in the long-term financial plan in its fullness. I think there might be $3 million from the budget, but not beyond that. And it is important, I think, that we address this. If we are going to actively try to promote more development downtown, I think the two things go hand in hand. We've got to be able to say, you know, we have dealt with the flood issues in order to go forward with the construction work. So I think that's a higher priority than perhaps we've given it of late. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bell.
Okay, carrying on. So we did present the first draft of the long-term financial plan model. That will help as a guiding document to review our work plans, expenditures, and to look at all these future initiatives, to start piecing into place things that are out there and we need to do it soon or someday, and how do we fit these in together. The next step will be to develop an implementation plan, and obviously looking at, we all recognize that there is that big bump coming for 2026, 2027. And certainly we are going to be looking at what we can do to make that a smoother transition. We talked about a bunch of suggestions like at the last meeting. So at this point, that is going to be one of our first topics for 2026, 2025, looking at 2026 and 2027, that shorter window and what we can do. And also looking at developing more economic resiliency and flexibility, because as we all know, things change all the time, and priorities can come up that we never anticipated, or we may need to look at some point of refocusing where we're spending our money on short term. So we are going to be working on building those kind of tools in some of the red flag tools that we talked about before, when we think we're starting to get into financial trouble. So those kind of things are all things that we'll be looking at this year.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Heather, you and I have had this conversation before. The debt level is one of the things that we could forecast debt level. We can predict that from a long-term financial plan. And the prediction, I think, if I remember from Byron, was we'd actually go past our self-imposed limit and we would head towards the limit set in the Municipal Act. Are you going to bring forward a discussion paper, at least, that we at Council can consider whether we should change our self-imposed debt limit? And if we do so, what the implications would be to the taxpayer?
So we will be bringing forward an updated debt policy proposal sometime this year, which would deal with our self-imposed limit. Are we keeping it? If we are going to go beyond it, under what circumstances? And not to get too deep into it, but I would recommend that we would only consider that under very specific circumstances, going beyond our own. But at this point for 2025, at least, like trying to get through this year's budget, we are not going to be beyond our debt limit, our self-imposed debt limit for this year. So we will be tackling that once again as part of that whole tax rate stabilization, smoothing, how we get through the 2026, 2027 hump. We'll be also looking at debt limits and those pieces.
Thank you.
So moving on, one of the other components of the new hospital project, which is the new hospital project and the affordable housing projects, we were asked to look at modeling a few circumstances to consider for the 2025 budget. So we have gone through and looked at these at a high level. One of the items that was discussed in the long-term plan was the possibility of moving the money we have in the Brant County Power sale funds to the hospital. That would result in $29.5 million being moved into the reserve. It would result in a 2025 tax levy increase of about $800,000, recognizing that currently the interest from those funds, a good portion of it rolls into our capital and operating budgets. So for this year, it would be a lost interest cost of that $800,000, because the assumption would be all the interest from that from now on would stay in the hospital reserve. We were also asked to look at the option of splitting those funds between both the hospital and affordable housing, which would start with $14.75 million being transferred into both. I've included part of the interest going forward for the hospital because I don't see that in the 10 year, anytime too short in the 10-year window. Affordable housing would start at 14.75. Depending on when we need that money and when projects come forward, it would depend on how much that can build from interest, because obviously the sooner we draw out, the less the interest that it's going to be gaining. Also looked at what I presented a few times now, the 1% net levy. So every year there's an additional 1% increase related to the hospital. That would be, again, $800,000 for this year. And looking into 2026, approximately $987,000, depending on where we end up this year. That should garner approximately $57 million, as was reported in the long-term financial plan. If we were looking at 2% for the hospital, which I was also asked to look at, that same thing, $1.6 million this year, $2.2 million, I think, because 2026 would then have a higher starting point because of the 987. Anyways, ends up $119 million over the 10 years. And that's just the 10 years. When I first projected it out, it was on 15 years, but for the 10-year window, we're looking at the forecast. And the models can also, they can be changed. We can cut things in half, or we can double things. But also we asked to look at like a combined. So if we split the Brant County Power Funds plus did 1% of the hospital, so that would move the 29.5 from the reserve this year. My recommendation would be that for this year's budget impact, we would take that interest, that loss in interest, and then we would start the 1% increases next year. But once again, council could also do the 800,000 interest loss this year plus 1%. But my assumption was we would start that next year, leaves us 14.75 million for the affordable housing and 70.9 for the hospital over the 10-year term. Just recognizing that that new hospital project, I mean, much on the scale of the Paris water treatment, is a generational endeavor. It's way beyond the Paris water pollution control plant. It's a project that's, you know, once in a lifetime scale of project, hopefully once in a lifetime. Nothing that in any way we could imagine bearing in a single budget year or through our current debt limits. Like, there's just no way we could. Both of those projects are incredibly complex, really uncertain as to how much money we're going to need to raise exactly, when we're going to need the money. There's still talk on approaches to how either of those are going to be achieved, timelines, all those things are still pretty unknown. But they do need to come forward to council when we have a little more information with full project analysis, looking at the funding. But again, it's not something we can wait on and then just fund when we do have all that information. Specifically the hospital, if we're going to make a significant contribution, it is something we need to start moving towards. So decision package number 20 recommends an 8. Oh, sorry.
So there's a question, I think Councillor Howes and then Councillor Oakley.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I don't know if there's a question for Heather or for Allison, perhaps, but just for the benefit of refreshing our memories and educating the folks who are watching at home, we're currently spending 13 million on the Trillium project, approximately, the Trillium 2 project. And I was just wondering if you could clarify how those funds are in the budget, and recognizing that what you're talking about right now doesn't relate to that.
Yeah.
But it's a good time to just do a little refresher, I think, on you know, where that $13 million came from.
Yep. So that's a great point. So it's I think it's about 12, just under 12 at this point, which is what we're anticipating. We don't have the final project cost from the city yet, but we are looking at about 12 million in total for that project. When that project was first put forward for budget and council's approval, it was intended to come from development charges, the affordable housing reserve, and debt were the three funding sources. When council approved it, it estimated 5 million from debt, but it didn't really estimate where the other money was coming from. So at this point, we are looking at, we have some money in development charges that we raised prior to the change in legislation. We do have a little bit of money in our affordable housing reserve, and we are looking at debt. We are also going to be investigating, are there other funding options, other internal borrowing, something we can do to mitigate further debt costs, but we are working to finalize the funding for that. It doesn't impact the 2025 budget. But it may, at the end of the day, impact how much our debenture report goes forward when that comes forward in the mid-year. It's just it's not a cost overrun, because the project certainly didn't come over cost, but it's just a funding level. Obviously, our DCs and our affordable housing reserves never got to the point that whenever we started that project, I can't even remember what year that was, but obviously those didn't come to fruition like we'd hoped.
Councillor Oakley.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, actually my question is going to relate to this slide here, so I'll let Heather finish and then I can ask my question.
Perfect. Okay. Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Matt. If I may, just following on from what Councillor Howes had just raised about the Trillium Way. when I was doing this work, I went back over the last 4 years of budget, couldn't find Trillium Way in any budget documentation. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I missed it, but it seems to me that this is a project that kind of slid in through a back door in our budgeting process. And there's another one like that, and that's the John Noble Home 40-bed extension. You can't find that in the budget documentation we've had for the last 4 years. And I just wonder whether we've got a process issue that we need to resolve at some point to avoid this recurring. And it gets complicated in the way that the funding assumptions we had for Trillium Way have changed. You can't see that in the budget documentation. There's been a significant cost overrun, or there will be a significant cost overrun in John Noble Home that I don't see in the budget documentation either. So at some point we need to just rationalise that and reconcile it all in a way that's transparent. And more particularly, I think for John Noble Home, that $600,000 extra charge is coming. We know it's coming. They're actually building it now. So maybe you'll say, Heather, it's just going to go into a debenture somewhere down the road. But it should feature in this documentation, because $600,000, if I understand correctly, is 0.75% increase in our tax rate. So somewhere or other we need to show it.
Yeah. So if I may, so one of the things that going through this whole long-term financial plan process and the development charges process really did raise for me was, and this is just off the cuff, we do need some better processes from the beginning, from the inception of an idea, through approval, through budgeting. Like, yes, we do recognize there are some process improvements, more modeling, more actually knowing, exactly where all the money is going to come from. John Noble Home specifically, that is a true project overrun, in which case, recognizing that it may well be within the 10% overage. No, you're saying no? Well, we do have a process that if projects are a certain threshold above, that we come back to council with a report on actually moving funds. Obviously, budgets are an estimate. They're never an exact, this is exactly what you're going to spend on things. And so we do have processes in place. I do agree with you, though, that there is more work to be done on when we bring forward studies and projects and looking at them from the beginning of how are we going to fund these and what year's budgets are they going to play into. Heather Mifflin may be able to speak more to what year's budgets reflected the Trillium Way and John Noble Home works. I don't know those.
Yeah, I think while Heather's coming up, it is helpful if we can always tie back a project to a budget. And if we don't have a budget, then we have collectively, I think, as a council to say, we are going to deliberately change the budget and make it transparent that we change the budget.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, both John Noble Home and Trillium Way initially came forward through reports. Trillium Way, it does show in the 2023 capital budget that was presented in 2023. We can look at adding either a mid-year document or a document to the budget binder that summarizes in like projects that are approved or added to the budget mid-year, if that's what you're thinking.
That will certainly be helpful, Heather. Thank you.
Okay. So decision package number 20, that was part of your original materials, speaks specifically to the new hospital project contribution. We are recommending that at this point we go forward with an $800,000 commitment on the tax levy. As I just mentioned, we are going to have to go back and look at what we're going to do with the affordable housing. Are we going to move those? Whether we move the Brant County Power pit sale funds, or we just go forward with a contribution right from the tax levy. Either of those options work out to magically just about $800,000. It was just coincidence, and it really sparked the whole idea of if that's a starting point that gets us going. It gives council time to not try to wrangle their heads around those two massive projects at this point, but it does give us a starting point that we we can make the decision later in the year, and we have made our initial investment decision. So that's what we're recommending, and council's obviously welcome to do whatever kind of contribution they want, and that's where I stand on this side.
Councillor.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Heather. So I agree. I fully agree with the staff recommendation here. That makes sense. This is a significant decision of what to do with $30 million. That we have plenty on our plate today not to make that decision. However, given that it is one of the things that very explicitly is highlighted in our budget consultations as priorities to the community, healthcare and affordable housing, and just in general, these are important projects. I really don't want to see this wait too long, similar to my concerns that I had on Tuesday night with the accommodation review. So I'm curious if you currently have in your mind when we might bring this back to deal with it, because whether it's a 3-month timeline, 6-month timeline, I hope it's not a full year to next year's budget, because I really think these are projects we can't let slip, and we need to figure out what we're going to do with these sooner rather than later, because they are very important projects and something we need to get hold of right now. And I acknowledging as well that in particular with the hospital and with affordable housing, obviously there's a lot of flux right now, as since we last had the conversation, there's now a provincial election on, and obviously whatever government may be in power in February 28th may have different ideas, or perhaps even the former Sydney government may have different ideas based on their campaigning as well. So recognizing there's a lot of flux there, I hope that we have a plan to bring this back sooner rather than later, because I really don't think we should let this sit for any longer than we have to.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So 100% I agree. I do not want to be talking about this as a starting point next budget season. I hope to have at least a game plan or some kind of general commitment from council by then. I'll let Allison maybe speak to it further, but I do know we are working very hard right now on the affordable housing piece. The hospital piece, I believe, is possibly still in a little more flux without any clear parameters, but Allison might have more information on those.
Thank you, through your worship. The hospital is, I don't really have any more clarity on that yet. We're still awaiting some decisions, and hopefully after the election we will get some further clarity on what direction we're going. In terms of affordable housing, Heather brought forward a report earlier in 2024 regarding the mayor's task force and all the general conditions and economic parameters that have changed since the inception of that, and how we may have to look at it differently. So that's really what Heather's referring to. And there are a few sort of public-private partnerships that staff are looking into right now, which again may be one of the models that we want to consider that we really hadn't conceived of when we were initially looking at affordable housing a few years ago. So we are going to be bringing back options, and it's likely going to be a mix of those things. I don't think that we have to stand on everything being, built and operated by the county. I think the most important thing is that we get the units in place. So if we can do it in a more cost-effective way, I think that's what we're trying to achieve to the extent possible.
Councillor Oakley.
Through the mayor, just as a follow-up, so would it be fair to say that we can expect within the first half of the year that we might have an opportunity to give direction on that?
Through your worship, absolutely. That would be the intent, to have it in the spring.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick comment to what Alison was saying there, and I think it's prudent for us to be thinking out of the box like that. At this point, I don't think anything's off the table. So I totally agree that it doesn't all have to be for us. You're absolutely correct. The most important thing is getting those units. So perfect.
Good. Any other comments? Heather?
Sorry, Gary, can we change the screen? No. So. Thanks. Yep. And through the mayor, there are currently 27 packages in front of council from a variety of sources, things that staff have put forward, things that have been requested throughout the year, and things that have come forward in the last few weeks as requests. I'm not sure how council would like to deal with these, but happy to walk through however you'd like.
Councillor Oakley, you're first.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I've been through. This is my third budget now. I think the process we did the first year I was on, where we added everything in and whittled our way down, I think was a better process. I would recommend that we do that. Noting, of course, that if we are going to go in that direction, I cannot make the motion, or else I'd have to move everything but the Landsdown item because I have to conflict out on that.
Right. Are there any other suggestions as to how we should proceed with the decision packages? Does everyone like the fact that we just add them all on and take them off? Or do you want to do them one at a time? Councillor Coleman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Line by line,
Line by line?
to me, it's a lot simpler.
Okay. Is everyone okay with line by line, or do you want to put them all on and take them all off? Should we have a motion? Do we need a consensus, showing of hands? Councillor Oakley's came first. Can I see a show of hands as to who wants to put them all on and take them off? All those in favor? And Councillor Coleman wants to do them one at a time as they come up and as they're listed. All those in favor of that? Okay, then we'll proceed one line at a time. Councillor Chambers?
Just before we start, just some clarification from Heather, if I might. The decision packages that are additional staff and the amount requested from the levy, just for example, I'm looking at the climate action specialist, $88,161. Is that the cost that would be annualized, or is that, I guess what I'm saying, if this person was hired in September, would that affect the amount of the levy this year as opposed to 88?
Yep, so what we've assumed is we've assumed an April 1st start date. So if we change the start dates, obviously that has an impact on this year's cost. These positions will be annualized next year. And some of them though, and I know that one's one specifically, just as you took it as an example, does also have like a grant component. So that's this year's cost starting April 1st minus whatever grant component might be paying for some of these positions.
So in other words, when I see the $88,161, that's not an annual cost. If the position is filled, the next year it would actually cost more than $88,100.
Yeah, so next year we're expecting, if you look at the very last column, says 2026 net levy impact.
Looking at that.
Oh, sorry. Just in the summary sheet or on your main page, it does say 2026 impact. It says 29.9. My eyes aren't that great either. But that is next year's cost to annualize the position. So that's the difference that needs to be made up.
So then the annualized cost, looking at the bottom line, in 2026, if all these things were approved, is 480. Is that how I'm reading that? $487,000. Extra on top.
Yep.
So they're all approved, and next year there's going to be $500,000 additional before we start.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Okay. So I guess we'll start right there. First position is the climate action specialist.
Councillor Oakley.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I will suggest that we put this in there, and then if I can speak to it once I have a seconder. Or do we need a seconder for this? Mayor?
I think we still need a secretary to get it on the floor. Councillor Calpine. It's on the floor. Councillor Oakley.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is it's absolutely vital that we fund this. We just approved our climate action plan, and we need a way to implement it. This is the most effective way that we do implement it. And I think, as we discussed during our climate action plan approval, these climate action items that we are taking are actually starting to show returns. And I think, in particular, talking about our infrastructure earlier and our climate resiliency, I really truly believe that this position will pay for itself over time, and the cost savings to our infrastructure by ensuring that we are effectively and with efficiency implementing those climate action resiliency items. Especially considering every year the hill in Lions Park falls down, things like that. We have to take climate action seriously, and this is a move to do so. So I think we should be supporting this.
Other comments? Councillor Chambers and Councillor Bell.
The question I would have is that if we don't hire the specialist, what is the alternative to react to our climate action plan? Just off the top of my head, I would think the general managers would have to take that into consideration when they do what they do in their departments, and that would be the replacement for the climate action specialist. So maybe some of the department heads could say, if we don't have this, does that mean we do nothing, or does that mean we do something a little different?
Adam?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Council Chambers. Largely our climate actions measures have been taken sort of side of the desk. It's been sort of decentralized throughout the various departments. I would imagine it would continue that way. I think the climate action plan really centralizes our actions and makes it much more efficient than what we're currently operating at. Certainly the intent of that position is to provide a significant corporate resource that we currently don't have in terms of actually implementing the climate action plan. So I think that plan would greatly suffer without the inclusion of a specialist position.
Councillor Chambers?
So I'm hearing that we really don't need it, so I don't support it. Thank
you. Councillor Miller, you have your hand up.
I do, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. What I'll say is, well, I'm a firm believer in climate change. I don't believe that we are in a position to hire a full-time climate action specialist. We're not going to move the needle one iota on the temperature of the planet. And I'm kind of surprised that we are asking for a full-time climate action specialist for the county. And I kind of liken this to the source water protection person we have. What I would like to see, and I'm a little disappointed that this wasn't an option presented, is could we not share that position with another smaller municipality, say Oxford or whatnot? So I won't support it now. It's not to say that I don't think it's important. I think it is. But sitting around the budget talks these last few weeks, we're simply not in a position to be adding that at this time. So won't support it.
If I might, Mr. Mayor, too, just in terms of the funding source. So as was presented with the climate action plan, we currently have an application to the Green Municipal Fund operated by FCM. It's one of those situations where we won't know if we get the grant funding until June. So realistically, the amount requested from the levy is to at least hire the person, get them in place, and then see what the result of that grant funding is. The levy obviously being the fallback solution to that. But again, too, I think this position will save money in the long run by looking and having an individual dedicated to grant funding, to looking at resiliency measures, energy saving costs in facilities. It is a position that we kind of are hoping will have some technical background to them. So I just wanted to posit that in this discussion.
Any other questions? Councillor Bell?
Not so much a question, Mr. Mayor, but support to this position. When I first came to Paris, I wrote a business plan for Brant County Power's renewable energy division, and it relied entirely on government support and tariffs that were incentivizing people to do things like solar panels and windmills. It's changed. This is a business opportunity. This is a way I think we can help the climate locally. I agree with Councillor Miller, we're not going to change the needle globally, but we can help it locally and we can make money. I believe this is an opportunity that we get seldom, just to take money from high levels of government and introduce new technology which will benefit us. We can make money as a county out of this, and I fully support it.
Councillor Oakley?
To you, Mr. Mayor, just one last comment, just jumping on what Councillor Bell said and what Adam said. I do think that this is a fiscally responsible thing to add into the budget. We will be able to make money. We will save money. This is a long-term investment in our community, as well as we're open to get grants to pay for the levy impact to begin with. And even if we didn't get it, I still believe that this is the fiscally responsible option to take, as well as the socially and climate responsible action to take. So I support it.
Councillor Coleman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wish somebody could tell me where we could make money on this, because I don't see this happening right now, and I can't support it.
Do you want to explain how you think we can make money off this?
If we have somebody full-time who's thinking about all the grants that are available, there's one source. We can pursue things that BME are working on now, but don't really have enough staff to pursue it, like the dam, and David Miller knows that very well. It's been on our agenda for long enough. That's a source of revenue that we can pursue, and there are grants that will go with it. They're everywhere, Brian. There's so many that we don't have the resource to go out and look for them and bring them home. So I'm convinced this will pay for itself. This is like the automatic speed enforcement of climate change.
Any other conversations about the first line item, climate action specialist? Councillor Chambers?
I just believe that we can do what we do with the staff that we have now. We can do all that with the staff we have now with a little bit of ingenuity and with our own staff. So we don't need someone telling our staff what to do. They can do it themselves. So again, keep in mind that everything we add adds to a 6.4% increase. And at the end of the day, if you don't stop, or if you don't have that in mind, you're going to be at a tax levy increase that you will not be able to explain away to the people that don't want continually having 7, 8, 9% tax levies year after year after year. Keep that in mind when you look at the decision packages. If you want this, be prepared to take it away from somewhere else to keep the tax levy increase down to a reasonable level that is sellable to the public. And I'm telling you right now, 6.2% after a 9 point whatever percent it was last year is unsellable to the public. They don't want that. And if it means not having some of the things that we think we want, then that's what we have to do. So again, I don't support this. I'm not saying that it isn't a good thing to have. If it was a 2% tax levy increase we're starting with, then fine, go ahead and do it, but not at a 6.2 or 6.4% tax levy increase. Plus with all the additional capital expenditures that we're looking at, hospitals, libraries, you name it, we need it.
Councillor Pierce?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Adam, if I could. The grants that you're suggesting we could get for this position, is that dependent, like, do we have to have somebody in that position first in order to apply for those grants? Or could it be apply for the grant, we get the grant, we fill the position?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I think this individual would provide a specific focus to those grants. So it's not as if, we're currently applying for grants, but grant processes are heavily involved. Through my experience with BME previously, the director of renewable energy was spending hours and hours filling out grant applications, and in some cases still is, when that's not necessarily his role and is not necessarily benefiting BME with his skill set. So the one point I wanted to make in correlation to BME is I think this individual can provide, can sort of leverage the current benefits that we have with BME and with the Director of Energy to provide a little bit more of a municipal policy focus too, a bit better understanding of government policy relations. So to answer your question fully, no, it doesn't necessarily mean that we can't apply for these grants, which just probably puts us in a position to get more grants than this individual will cost us from the tax levy potentially.
Thank you.
Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to build on what Adam said, I've applied for grants when I was working outside of council. It's a laborious task. It takes a lot of time. If we expect our existing staff to do that in addition to what we've already tasked them to do, then something else will fall off the plate, and we will not then, we'll suffer in some other way. So this individual can definitely streamline. He can apply for more and more grants than we would ever be able to do using our own staff, our own current staff. It will be an advantage. I'd be as bold as to say, take half the cost of this salary, and that's my belief that this person will make money for the county.
Any other comments? Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. We have a seconder to okay number one, the hiring of climate action specialists. All those in favor? Opposed? Noted. Thank you. Takes us to number two, a systems architect. Heather, do you want to, who's going to explain?
Sorry, can we just get clarification through the clerk whether that carried or failed, just for the finance group to, it carried.
Who's going to speak to number two?
I can speak to number two. Number two is a systems architect through the Business and Technology Solutions division. It's just a capacity. These internal groups, as we become more reliant on our technology and our systems, we do eventually just have to make some investments into the people keeping the equipment running.
Are we failing now with staff? Is there not enough staff to?
We're not failing with staff. In fact, the Business Technology Solutions Group have done incredible work in our offices and our facilities. We're more connected than we ever were. It really is just one of those things, is you won't see the cracks until something major happens, and then it might be a failure that we have a lot of trouble coming back from. This is why we have these people who are always looking at the systems and replacing things and updating things. But yeah, it's not that we're addressing because our systems are crashing and failing at the moment. So
comments? Go, Councillor Oakley, you're first.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Heather. I don't know if I saw this specifically in here, but will this help maintain our network security or unrelated to that?
Yep, this has a piece of that. Largely what this piece is, because we've just implemented multi-factor authentication for some of our systems, and we're looking at trying to make that more seamless across all our systems so that everything we're using is that much more protected. So expanding that system is part of this. It will be involved in looking, I think one of the things they're hoping this would take more time, looking closer, get some expertise in looking at our cloud systems, because that's kind of one of those things that incredibly great functionally, sometimes more concerning in terms of security and access to those. one of the big softwares we're going to be replacing in the next few years is our entire financial system is currently outdated, and to replace that is going to be a huge drain on not only our poor finance team trying to get the new system up and running, but also IT, because of all systems, like that one has to be completely seamless and 100% on at all times. You don't have any room for that system to be glitchy or failing. So those are the kind of projects that we have in line for this position.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Chambers, you're next.
What is the alternative if you don't have this person? We got through 2024. Can we get through 2025? Seeing that the tax increase is now above 6.5%.
The alternative is that we may just end up seeing more glitches and more problems in our network system. I would propose that we could certainly monitor that, and if if this position doesn't go through now and we see something, that things are starting to fall through the cracks, we can bring something forward mid-year, or we can move it into next year.
Hear from the CEO. Allison.
Thank you, through your worship. I would just point out, as they detect a theme here, each of the decision packages in section 12 does have consequences of not funding section to it as well.
Any other questions? Okay, so what do you want to do with number 2? Is there a motion? Careful, Councillor Oakley.
I will make the motion. I don't want to become motion guy today, but given was it this past year that Hamilton had their security breach?
It was
the year before. We saw the impacts of that, and that was, I think, drastically more expensive than everything on this list combined. So, yeah, I think if it affects our network security, it might be something that's prudent to do.
Seeking a seconder. Councillor Calpine. Okay. Any other discussion? There's only one thing on the table. All those in favor? It fails. Okay. Number 3, purchasing clerk. Let's talk about the purchasing clerk. Do we have one now, Heather?
We have a purchasing analyst. I would say of my 2 positions, this one is where the cracks are already starting to show. We did just do a procurement education session for council in which we were asked to look at a whole bunch of new initiatives and things that we would like to look to refine how we do our purchasing. We have an incredible amount of tenders and proposals going out every day. And this is one area when we started looking at our internal resources that we are very concerned about how we're getting through with the one person we do have in this position.
Questions for Heather regarding the position, Councillor Chambers?
Just a question, Heather. Do you think you can find somewhere in your department an offset that would pay for this without impacting a 6.5% tax?
We have already borrowed from the operations admin group to try to get us through this year. I don't know that we could go a whole year without somebody in this position, or maybe part-time might be an option. We could maybe try to start with a part-time option. That might be a way to mitigate some of the costs. I don't know that. I just don't know how. I know we did some work. I presented a report, I think, back in the fall on another position where we took a part-time, moved it to a full, tried to do some shifting around to deal with some other gaps. So I don't know that we have any extra positions or gaps at this point that we could move into this role.
Councillor Bell?
Heather, can you correlate the number of clerks we need relative to the number of requisitions we put out?
I think I just had I think we have, how many did she send in that? She just sent me a thing yesterday, and we have 17 or 18 currently on the go in terms of procurement. So we have one clerk, one analyst, one person who's running our bids and tenders program, who's working with all the departments to get the RFPs into the right formats and making sure that we are achieving. She's constantly on with me about making sure that we're meeting our purchasing bylaw. I mean, I would say it would be very difficult for her. If anything happened to her, I don't know that we have anybody in the organization who even knows how to run some of these programs.
So we have no backup either.
We have no backup at all. We have one person, one admin in operations who's running photocopies and printing out tenders and getting them signed for us. That's really where we're at with our purchasing group.
Thank you.
Any other questions, concerns? Councillor Coleman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before we moved Laura Lynn into that department, I presume that's who you're talking about.
Yep.
Who handled all the tenders then? Was that each department handling them? And is this more efficient the way we're doing it now than? Okay. I see you're nodding your head, Mr. Walton. So.
Any other questions? It's on the floor. Is there a motion? No, no motion. Councillor Bell and seconded by Councillor Coleman. Any other discussion? Mr. Coleman?
I will support this one because I do think this one will make us money.
Okay, any other conversation? It's on the floor. It's been seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? And passed. Did the other one, did number 4 get pulled? There's just no levy. Okay, so Superintendent of Building Enforcement. Questions? Heather, do you want? Oh, it's right here. So on page 12 of 11, you can see the description and what they're going to do. And is there any conversation to why we shouldn't do this? Seeking a motion? Councillor Kyle and Councillor Pierce, and then you want to speak to it, Councillor Pierce?
Yeah, if I could, Mr. Mayor, to this one and the others where there's zero impact on the levy, I'm just wondering if we could just focus on those ones and bring them all in if there's no impact. That gets rid of those.
Through your worship to Councillor Pierce, I suppose that wasn't actually a question, but yes, just to confirm this decision package number 4 has a 0% impact to the levy. Moving forward to 2026 would have a 0% impact to the levy.
Okay. Councillor Chambers.
Just wondered if you could talk to some of the other departments about this way of adding staff that doesn't cost anything. How is it? Reserves, what's that? Where's that come from?
So through your worship to Councillor Chambers' question, this position is within the building department, and per provincial regulations there is a building reserve fund, which is quite healthy with us, and therefore under this legislation all employees and expenses from the building department are paid for by building permit fees. So essentially this is a position which is required because of the amount of development which we're seeing. However, it is also paid for by development because it is paid for entirely from the permit fees which we receive.
Oh, I should have had my mic on, sorry. Number 5 is contribution to the Downtown Paris BIA, $30,000. Who wants to speak to it? Councillor Oakley, you're putting it on the floor?
I was
speaking to it.
Yes.
Yes.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just to staff as clarification, just to reiterate, this is not the liaison position that is being covered through the capital costs of the construction project. Okay, so not funding this does not mean that they don't have the liaison. They'll have that regardless. This is just to enhance our marketing and engagement plans. Okay.
Does anybody want to make a motion to get it on the floor? Councillor Howes and taking a second, or Councillor Oakley? Any other discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Who's going to speak to number 6? Asset management. Mr. Walton.
Through the mayor to council, this is the asset management and GIS analyst. Over the last couple of years, we've done the 2 first phases of asset management as required by the province, and we're full compliance at this time. Asset management, when you get right down to it, is an everyday thing for the county now. It really branches out in all the managers and directors and whatever that are dealing with assets of the county have to build it into their everyday thing. But there's a huge, as you saw with the report, there's a huge pile of data that's associated with this. And it's really being run primarily with one person right now. There's different ways to do asset management. Anticipate one of the questions. We did hire a consultant to do our plan. RJ Burnside did that. Quite frankly, through that process, as council knows, we struggled to get it done. We were late for the first deadlines and whatever, and that was the requirement on staff to get the stuff to the consultant and how long that took. We're building on this. It's getting better all the time, but we don't have the resources in-house to maintain it with one person. That's the long and the short of it. So there's 2 options in here. There's to hire a person to do it, or there's to get consultants to do it to help us out. All right, and that's very expensive, and we don't have those people in-house all the time. Very inefficient. So this is really an everyday thing that we need to build into, and it fits into everything to do with long-term planning, long-term infrastructure replacement, the likes.
Ms. Newton.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to add to this, and I know not everybody around the table has been part of our emergency management exercises, but this did play a critical part, particularly in last year's exercise, and I think Councillor Pierce saw some of that, how we use some of this. It's really critical to identify all of these things in our GIS system.
Any other comments, concerns? Councillor Chambers.
A question through you to Rob, if I might. The operations budget is a huge budget, and I'm just wondering if the $83,000 that is slotted for this position, can that be found somewhere in efficiencies in the operation that would not add to the tax levy, that's 6.5% in building, and then you can have this particular person, if we can save it somewhere else? Has that been thought about, or is $83,000 unavailable in the operations budget as it stands?
Through the mayor to Councillor Chambers, every year over the last couple of years, when we've had the bigger budget impacts, we've been looking at those issues as to how to do things more efficiently. There's certain things in operations you can't predict, like, we're having a heavier winter this year, so what are our operations and maintenance for winter control going to be? Yeah, they're going to be higher. and what do we do about that? We do it, and then at the end of the year, you tally it up, right? So I would say in some years, the answer to that could be yes. In some years, the answer would be no. So
any other questions?
If I may, just to add into that discussion, sorry, the finance group just brought to my attention, part of this position could be attributed to water and wastewater rates and funded through that. They're thinking about 49% of the position. Now, that doesn't help our wastewater rate study coming forward in the spring, but that is another option that part of this position could be funded through.
Any other comments? Councillor Oakley?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just sort of because that sort of line of question has come up a few times now, I would just put out there that I have a lot of confidence in our senior management team, and I would think that if it were a possibility to just bake these things in somewhere, they would have done so, and it'd be another zero cost item. So I think I have enough faith in our senior management team that if there's a cost they hear associated, they've already thought of that. So,
thank you. Any other comments?
I got one, Mr. Mayor.
Hello, Mr. Miller.
Just wondering. Yeah, I know there's a lot of GIS work because every time you do anything, you have to involve the GIS department. So, my question is, because Rob mentioned it, is there any reduction in contracting fees if we go with this position? It doesn't say so in the budget binder, but
through the mayor to Councilor Miller. No, what we did when we did the plan is we had a contract with that where RJ Burnside put that plan together. That project is done now. This is the implementation in the long term. And Mark Eby just actually pointed out to me that we're implementing the new software now. We actually only have one person that runs it, which is not a good scenario. And again, managing huge amounts of data we're doing the asset management through these people for the whole corporation, assisted by the day-to-day people that are working in those different departments. So quite important that we keep on with that program. Not funding it, you wouldn't see the implications immediately, but in 2 or 3 years, we run into a scenario where things are way behind, and how are we going to catch up? And you don't want to face those sort of disasters. I don't know, what the long-term penalties from the province are going to be for not meeting your asset management goals, but we did have 1 year where our OSIP funding was reduced by an amount because we weren't in full compliance. So, those sort of implications are not something we would look forward to. And I say this is a way of doing business that I think really is great for the corporation. Like, when we get this in full swing, the information we'll use out of it will be a business tool for us to make better decisions. And we're getting there. We're not 100% there yet.
Councilor Chambers.
Just a general comment, and perhaps responding to what Councilor Oakley just said with regard to trusting. It's not that I'm not trusting staff, that they haven't done a good job, so don't think that. But what I am getting at by the question they asked Rob Walton is that at the end of the decision-making package process, we're going to have an increase levy, and the next step will be asking the department heads to how are we going to lower whether it'll be 8% or 9% or whatever the hell it's going to be. So that's a preemptive question. I think all departments are going to have to look at their budgets, because if we go through the decision packages adding to the levy that's already, in my mind, too much, that's going to be the question that we're going to have to ask staff to answer. So maybe I asked it a little bit too early, but I think hopefully staff, when we see all the decision-making package approvals, are going to have to look at all their departments in order to try and lower the levy beyond, or at least to a reasonable rate that the taxpayers will be accepting.
Councillor Bell.
Yeah, just an observation. There's a theme that's emerging, that we are a growing corporation. We have activities that for lifetime of our corporation to date have been managed by one person. We're now getting to the point where that workload is too much for one person, so we sort of flip over to the next stage, which is you have to have 2 people. The converse of that is, if that one person disappears, you're left with a huge problem. So there's an element of risk management here that we are dealing with, and I think we shouldn't lose sight of that. That we should not put ourselves in a position where the loss of one person throws the organization into a very difficult position.
Councillor Garneau.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the finance staff identifying, and it looks like they're going down the list here, similarly for the subsequent items, which can be potentially billed back to wastewater, because I think it addresses an equity issue in the county that we also need to keep in mind, and that not all of our residents have these services available to them. So to make sure that we're not inadvertently using the tax levy to subsidize services that not all residents can access. So thank you.
And although we've heard an awful lot of the same thing from Councillor Chambers so far, we're only at number 6. You know, I'm hearing you, Councillor Chambers. I'm just going through all of these things, and I'm looking at all these good things coming up near the end, to the tune of 200,000 here and 200,000 there, and it's a little scary what we're heading for here. As long as we know that, and I mean, Councillor Chambers had the good sense to mention it 6 times already. So I think we have to understand how thick this binder is, and how important even the very last pages are. And we're at the very beginning now. I think that we have a mandate to serve our county first. So these are the things that we're looking at now. I mean, we're here to manage the county of Brant, and then the other things, although important, I just don't know how we're going to land. It's very frightening that we're only at number 6 or 7, whatever we're at, and I see some very important things near the end here that are just big ticket items. I'm going to feel badly when we get to where we are and we can't do anything about some pretty important things near the end. And that's what happened to us last year, and it's starting to happen to us now. So just be aware of how thick this package is and how important the things near the back are. But we are mandated to take care of the county of Brant first, I believe. So we really do have to listen to the people that we've put in place to know what they're doing and what they need to continue to manage the county of Brant properly. So proceed with caution, Councillor Chambers, and I did hear you, so I think everyone did 6 times. Anyway, it's on the floor. This one's on the floor. Do we have a motion? Mover and a seconder. I need a mover. Councillor Kyle. Seconder, Councillor Garneau. Any more conversation to the position? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, so we are number 7. Yep, junior engineer technologist. Who wants to speak to this? And I need to get it on the floor. Can I get it on the floor first, Councillor Coleman and someone else? Councillor Oakley, okay. It's on the floor. Mr. Walton?
Through the mayor to council. How do you make things more efficient? I talked to 7, 8, and 9 at the same time because it's really a similar theme there. So they're different, but I'll speak to them all, realizing you're not voting on them all at one time. So the first one here, number 7, is junior engineering technologist, would work as part of the infrastructure and asset management group. This would replace consultants that we're hiring out on projects to do things that we're doing to do capital projects. So there's a small amount that would be added to the levy to cover overhead costs and whatever, but the majority of the costs for this and the next 2 are all charged back to the capital projects. So we would be transitioning here to have more in-house staff and hiring less consultants to do these projects. So at the number of projects we've got to do, these people are all kept busy, whether they work for us or whether they work for a consultant. And this is a more efficient way for it to do it. So when you look out at the 10-year capital list of projects to do, we'll be able to keep these people gainfully employed over that period of time, no problem. So we've been going down this route, adding here and there over the last 7 years that I've been here. To some degree, when I came here for the capital project, we mostly hired consultants, and now we've got a small group that's doing them in-house very successfully, and I promote that, and I do believe for those projects it is a cost savings, and you've got the same people working on year after year too, so it's a continuity of projects for the residents too, being done the same way, same people know what they're doing, doing a great job. So as I say, number 7 is a technologist who would do some work in the office and mostly be an inspector. The next one, facility construction inspector, we've got the list of projects there that we've got in sort of what we call vertical construction or buildings, St. George wastewater treatment plant, North Ferris fire hall, down the list. Those projects are all coming and they'll be supervised by somebody. This would put more of the supervision in house for those. And the last one, the project engineer, would help us to be designing these projects in house. So all sort of the same theme, mostly cost billed to capital works, which are likely to be being approved under this budget. So, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Are there questions to Rob? It's on the floor. Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know, are we speaking to 7, 8, 9?
No, we're only talking about number 7 first, but he was just trying to explain how 7, 8, and 9 are related.
Okay. I had a question on 8, but I'll wait till we get to that.
All right. So we're going to vote on number 7, which is on the floor. It has a seconder. All those in favor of number 7? Opposed? Thank you. Number 8. Councillor Miller, you want to speak to this?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through to Rob. I'm looking at it, and I don't doubt for a second we need a facility construction inspector. I just don't know why we need it in 2025. Because if I look at the list that's provided in our budget binder, the bulk of those projects start in 2026. So could we get away with not doing that this year and do that next year?
Mr. Walton?
Through the mayor to Councillor Miller, the project at the top of the list is the one we want to get going for. So we would be likely till mid-year before we had this person, and the tender for the St. George wastewater treatment plant will be going out then. So that's really would be the first project, major project that we would have them on. So I think the timing for this would be perfect. So again, the price of that will be all billed back into that $60 million. So the majority of it. So, and this wouldn't be the only project that's the major project we have on. This person would be taking on other projects we have in-house already. So that's the timing. I think it's actually perfect timing for that project.
All right, thank you. Any other questions, Councillor Miller, before we move on?
No, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Garneau?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Rob. Hearing what you're saying about staff in-house versus consultants, is it a fair assessment, probably for the preceding one as well as the following one, to say that one way or another we'd likely have to spend this money? It's just a question of whether we invest in our own team versus hire it out.
Exactly.
Okay, I need a motion to get it on the floor. Councillor Bell, Councillor Garneau. Any other conversations or concerns, comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, the next one was the project engineer. Number 9, can I get somebody to put it on the floor, please, so we can talk about it? Councillor Pierce and Councillor Garneau. Are there any questions? Again, the explanations are in your package in your binder. No questions? Call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. Number 10. Seniors programmer. Who's going to speak to that? Phil. Good morning.
So in essence, this position is an existing position that's 24 hours a week, and we're looking to continue as a contract position for now, and moving it towards 35 hours per week. We also have an application in for a grant. We're hopeful that we'll be able to offset some of these dollars, hopefully when we hear soon in the future.
A motion to get on the floor to talk about it, please, Councillor Bell and Councillor McAlpine. We have it on the floor. Let's talk about it. Seniors, programmer for seniors. Noting that they had a hit last year that we didn't. They suffered last year because of what we gave them. We didn't give them enough to cover what they needed. So, just knowing that. Any other comments, Councillor Bell?
Well, speaking as a senior, not everybody's a senior, one or two of us. If we look at the demographics that we have in our official plan, we'll see that the number of seniors is just the fastest growing group in our community. And they're becoming more active and they benefit greatly from the stimulation. I went to the seniors recreational program event over at the Cedar View Church last year. It was packed out. And there's definitely a demand there. And I think this is something that I would very strongly support.
Councillor House?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Phil, just to understand what you're talking about before, this budget amount assumes no grant, or this budget amount assumes that you will receive the grant? I guess where I'm getting at is, if we don't approve this, but you still get the grant, will you be able to bump up the hours as intended?
Through the mayor, this assumes no grant, and so I'm thinking we would just offset the cost and or potentially bring it up to 40 hours a week. Right now we're going 24 to 35, but it would depend on the amount of the grant, and we would come back to council with the grant.
Any other questions? It's on the floor. It has a seconder. All those in favor? Opposed? Carries. The next one is an arborist. Is that right? Arborist? No impact. Forest. Okay, let's do arborist first. Number 11, Councillor Pierce, and I need a seconder, please, Councillor Kyle. Thank you. Any discussion on this, Councillor Chambers?
This would seem to me something that we could partner with our conservation authorities. I know Long Point has a lot of expertise in trees, and there may be some, even if it's hiring them to do it, that helps us with the levy on the conservation authority. So I'm just wondering if any partnerships were looked at with the conservation authorities with regard to this position.
Who wants to speak to that? Phil?
Through the mayor, so this is actually work that we're doing, day-to-day work that's contracted out, and we're trying to bring that work in-house, and so I'm bringing you a net zero cost, and what it does do is it builds in-house capacity. It also builds onto the redundancy that we talked about in Rob's group, where we're going to have two arborists in the group. It also this position will train additional staff so that we can actually have other operational staff doing some of this work. There will be work with the Conservation Authority arborists, but they don't offer this kind of level of work that we're doing. This is day-to-day work for the community.
Thank you. We're going to take a 3-minute recess. We'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves. Thank you. Yeah, we're good. Okay, well, we're back. We're back, and thank you for taking that little break. I think a lot of people benefited from it. We're now going to go on to. We didn't. Councillor Kyle had her hand up. That's right. Or no, sorry.
Sorry, forgive me there, getting back into it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to staff, with regards to the arborist and bringing the work in-house, do we have the equipment that they need? Tree work, for the benefit of the rest of council, could be anything from just a chainsaw and pruners all the way to a bucket truck. What kind of scope of work do we see this person doing more generally?
Phil?
So through the mayor, so we do have the equipment we need right now for what we're planning to do with the physical work. As the program grows, there may be other things that we look at down the road, but for now we're good.
Okay. Councillor Oakley.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this reminds me a lot of the road painting truck we approved last year, where it was contracted services, and one of, I think, the unwritten benefits here of bringing it in is this internal person will also be a lot more responsive and able to do things more promptly than contracting out services. So I think this will also, enhance services in addition to covering what we're already paying contracted services. So.
Councillor Chambers?
I might have missed, but how is it that there's no impact on the tax levy? I want to write this one down.
Yeah, so through the mayor, if you look at the table, basically we're taking contracted work dollars out of parks, cemeteries, and roads to cover the cost of the position. And so instead of hiring an outside arborist to do that work or to do those inspections, we're now doing it in-house. And to what Councillor Oakley said, it's a really good comment that having somebody in-house, decisions can be made, whereas an arborist that's external would still have to report back to our in-house people before decisions were made. So the actual, especially if it's a tree at a property in front of a home, things will move much quicker. We'll be able to move much quicker. Having our own arborists in the field, working with roads when we have different storms come through, there's a lot of benefits. And on top of it, the database for the tree system, and I experienced this in my former role in Haldeman, you can really get it built when you have somebody in-house dealing with it and teaching other staff how to actually use the system so that they can input in. There's a whole bunch of benefits. It'll take a couple years of that person being in the position, but we'll see some huge benefits from it, in my experience.
And just to follow up, it does a great discussion on the benefits of in-house versus contract, and there's other situations where it is actually better to have contract services than in-house, and that's a good discussion, and I appreciate that. The only difference is that the overhead, as having another employee, there are overhead issues associated with that. In some cases, where in contact services, you don't have that kind of stuff.
Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Phil. So is it safe to say as well, Phil, we talk about, potential money-making ones, the expenses that you took from the contracted services from 2025, hypothetically, could have been a slow year. If we get a tougher year, that amount could, in essence, double. So we're actually, in essence, we'd be saving the money by having our own person doing that, making money.
Through the chair, I think over time you'll see that this will be a money saver, and from a risk management point of view, I think it's a huge piece having the in-house knowledge, and I think that's where we'll also see benefits. But it takes a couple of years for the person to get into our system to know what's out there, and with the inspections, as you're out there on different calls, you're noting other things to make sure that we're on top of stuff. So it won't be in that very first year. I think we'll break even based on what we're doing, but I think we'll see some bigger benefits within the next 2 to 3 years.
Right. And one follow-up, if I could. So, Phil, I'm not sure if you went back or whatever, but the cost you have there for 2025, is that about average if you go back 3 or 4 years, or is it fluctuate?
We still will have some contracted services, right? This is an amount to cover off this cost that we've offset it by, but I'm hopeful that, you know, we'll eventually eliminate contracted services as we get a better handle on our canopy, right? And that we're in a better, you know, sort of a 5 to 7 year process where we're pruning as well, that we'll have, eventually we'll be in better shape. So.
Thanks.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Phil. A few years ago, we approved, and this question applies to numbers 11, 12, and 13. A few years ago, we approved $100,000 a year for 5 years to do contract work, tree cutting along roadways, and that was part of the roads budget because we had a lot of dead trees along the roads. And I seen some good work. I seen a lot of trees come down that should have come down, and they came down before they fell on the car. So my question through the mayor to you is, these are all under community services, these particular ones. Do they work with other departments? Do they work with roads, public works, whatever?
Through the mayor, that's a very good question, Councilor Miller, and that's why we actually have a component from parks, from cemeteries, and from roads, because both the arborist and the supervisor position that we're proposing will be working across both departments and across the entire county. So, yes.
Good to hear. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah, seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Yeah, the next one is the forestry. So same idea again. So you said that all three of these positions will work within different parts of the county when needed?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct, yes.
Okay. Councillor Howes, you're going to put it on the floor. We need a seconder, please. Councillor Pierce, any other discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Which takes us to number 13, the forestry supervisor. We'll get it on the floor. Councillor Howes. Seconder, just to get it on the floor. Councillor Coleman. Now we can talk about it. Any questions for Phil about what this person would do? Everyone's clear? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Number 14. Lions Park Paris Winter Trail Maintenance Pilot. Get on the floor to talk about it. Councillor Howes and Councillor Bell. It's on the floor. Who wants to speak to it? Councillor Howes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will speak to this one. I had constituents reach out to me this year just about their need to get outside and get some exercise, and they are trying to lean on our trail system, which generally are not maintained. And I just wanted to, again, for the benefit of people who might be watching, while this is a Paris Lions Park thing, it is a pilot project, and the intention is to try this out for $10,000 and then look at hopefully rolling it out to some other significant parks. And it does contribute to the wellness of our outdoors seeking people, particularly the seniors.
Sorry, any other questions? So this isn't a new person. This is our staff that we have now that are just going to take on this extra work.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. So we do have capacity to take on this small portion of Lions Park. We don't have capacity to do any more in the county, but what we were proposing is to do a 2-year pilot to see the take-up, to get feedback, and then bring back options to council to maybe a phased-in approach to add some more across the county. But I mean, we did give you a number based on some neighboring municipalities and what they're paying, and for the 22 kilometers of trail that we have paved, in the county that we would think would be under consideration, it would roughly cost about $925,000 a year, and that would be to contract it out.
Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, just a comment if I could, and I'm sure Councillor Bell can attest to this as well. With some of this, it's actually Ward 3 and Ward 2 here. There's a lot more people that now that Laurel Street is done with the sidewalks and stuff that are using that as a walkway through, and we're trying to encourage walking. I think this is something that we have to do in order to ensure the safety of people when they are walking these paths. So I'm in full support of this.
Any other questions? So would these trails be maintained after an event, after the roads are done, the sidewalks are done, then they do the trails? Because if that's the case, then Councillor House?
My understanding, Mr. Mayor, is that it's parks staff who would be doing it, so it's unrelated to the road department cleaning of the sidewalks and the streets. But I guess.
Well, I'm wondering why that would be, though. That's my question. Is the things they're asking for here are available through another department? Anyway, Councillor Bell, you can speak first.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, when we, if you go cast our minds back a few years ago, when we moved some children from one school to another, and children had to go down to central school, there was no safe walkway, but at the same time we were developing Laurel Street, and we said that is the way down, but we needed then a section through the park that was also maintained to provide a safe walking route. So a part of this is already being maintained by staff. I don't know exactly which staff, but it just seemed a small extra step to, since the vehicle was going to be down there anyway, run round that loop, and you create a safe walking track for seniors in winter. When we had, during COVID times, that whole trailway was cleared, and it was very, very well received.
Yeah, I understand the logistics of doing it. I just didn't know if it was going to be treated like a sidewalk and be cleared at the same time as the sidewalk, so, because it is important that it be done. So, or is it going to be done after everything else is done? Phil?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So we are following minimum maintenance standards, and there's a combination of staff and community services and operations that do this work. And so what we did is we had a lot of coordination between our park supervisors and the manager of roads ops, and we actually optimized what we could both do. So I'm putting this through as a community services initiative, but really there's a combination of that work being done by both of us, and it would be within that 24-hour period they'd be cleared. So that's why when I was saying that, there isn't a lot of other resources to do anything else. We'll pilot it, see what the take-up is, but it would be considered just like a sidewalk.
Yeah. Like that's sort of what I was getting at. It doesn't really matter who does the work as long as it's considered as important as a sidewalk when you're clearing them.
And the confusing answer is there's two crews doing this work.
Good, thank you. Councillor Oakley.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to likely Phil, how are we planning to monitor take-up for this?
So there's roads crews that go around and do the monitoring as well as parks crews, and they're connected as far as the monitoring system. So we're watching the weather. So Rob's team and our teams are watching the weather, and they're actually coordinating. And it's not the same weather systems across the county either. So there's a lot going on. There's patrols out there, and it's a coordinated effort. And I think we're doing a really good job of it. So.
Good. So it's on the floor. It's been seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Yeah, Allison.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to speak to the next one because it's a bit of an odd one. This came out, there were multiple requests or complaints, I would say, from the public regarding our service standards of porta potties in parks. not to mention some of the issues that we've had with the washrooms that are adjacent to council chambers. So staff are asked to explore this as an option, but although it's a great idea, this is not something we are dying to do. But I wanted to explain why it came forward, and it's there as an option for council.
So we've got a motion on the floor to get it, so we talked about it. Councillor Bell, Councillor Oakley. Comments, concerns, comments? Let Councillor Kyle speak first, and then Councillor Oakley.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, our CAO kind of stole my comments because I was going to say this seems like a really cool idea and something that we could try out, but I'm wondering if maybe this year is not the year to try that.
Councillor Oakley?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, very similar comments. I think that it's a cool piece of technology. I think there could be some cost savings associated with it, particularly given the problems that we have had with some of our washrooms, but this is not the time or year to do it.
Councillor House?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, yeah, just likewise. I wanted to comment a little bit more broadly. Through my day job, I visit a lot of parks in all over southwestern Ontario and different sizes of municipalities, and this is it is a cool idea, but it's not something you see in most municipalities, and I think it certainly doesn't fit into our needs versus wants discussions of late. So won't be supported.
Thank you. Any other comments? No? Call the vote. All those in favor? Fails badly. All right. We'll move right along to, where are we now? We're at 16. Facility operator for the Warren Group facility in Canesville. Get it on the floor, please. Councillor Coleman, Councillor Garneau. Any comments? Councillor Kyle.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, just a question to staff. Now obviously, we've all seen how popular the uptake of events and rentals for the community center is. So I'm just wondering, at this point in time, how are we doing that? And if this wasn't to pass, would we be okay for the year, or is this something that, like right now, we really need somebody in place exclusively for the community center?
Through the mayor, so Councillor Kyle, the take-up has been incredible on this building alone, and we're bringing Wilkins on hopefully later in the spring. We've been doing it through overtime. Staff have been stretched to the max. They've been stepping up, but I don't think we can sustain it, or we're just going to have to, limit rentals or contract services out. And at the end of the day, we're not going to get the same level of service. It's in particular that the TF Warren facility in the Wilkins is going to be great too. It's a beautiful facility. We want to continue to maintain it to the level that we are. If we have to start contracting out services, I think you're not going to get that. There's a lot of coordination. A lot of the events we're having are really important community events, weddings and other major social events for our community. So I think it's the time we have to do it. We've monitored it now since it opened, and it's not getting any less. It's continuing to increase.
Councillor Oakley. Councillor Oakley, and then Councillor Pierce.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, are we anticipating that having this role would allow us to get any more revenue out of this facility, or it's just we're over capacity at the moment and we'll expect the same level of revenue?
Staff are always trying to maximize revenue, but I can tell you that the issue is that we just don't have the bodies to be able to keep up with the work. So to be bringing people in on overtime when we could have another staff on regular time makes more sense. And when you start getting into vacation coverages and people sick, you end up having even, you know, your supervisor trying to get in there and deal with stuff that should be done by staff. It's, I mean, they've done a great job of keeping up, but it's just, we're at that point now. The operator won't be dedicated to just TF4, and but we would think one FTE between TF4 and Wilkins will be completely used.
Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Phil. Phil, you kind of noted it a couple times that right now, and it's a, you know, I guess it's a great problem to have, that this facility is just booming, which is fantastic. You mentioned the fact that right now we're covering it with overtime. So in essence, wouldn't that overtime kind of even pay for this position? Is it that much?
So I think there, you know, we could look at, you know, the year end and kind of get a look at, you know, how much was actually attributed to it and do that analysis. I think there would be some offset, yes, but you know, I haven't done that full analysis on it. I mean, truly, there's just like we can't even keep up with the requests, so we're even having to, you know, turn some stuff down or try and lump them together and push people into different slots so that we can make things happen. So I don't know. It's a matter of whether we can meet the needs of the facility and the community, or whether we limit it, or we look at contracting some pieces out.
Thanks.
Councillor Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I will support this, and I do go by there quite often, usually 2 or 3 times a day sometimes, and it is being used, and I do know that staff have told me it was roughly around 300 bookings a year, approximately. Well, that doesn't leave a lot of days open, or times, or whatever else, so, and it is being used with, will be used with the Wilkin, and I think that's, you know, it's not all to one, so I will support this. I've not been a big supporter of hiring more staff, but if it is being used, there's money coming in. So,
any other comments? Oh, Councillor Miller, sorry.
It's okay, Mr. Mayor. So I wondered, maybe through you, Mr. Mayor, to Phil, or maybe to our finance staff, if we could actually get a more accurate levy amount there, because I don't believe that is accurate. If you take the overtime costs, which, okay, Phil, you haven't done a full analysis. You mentioned in our budget binders, you talk about contracting services of $22,000 was mentioned. So higher revenue, less overtime, and less contracted services. So the impact we're looking at, that won't be the full impact, and I'd feel better supporting it if I knew that, if I had a better understanding of that levy demand on this, for this position. It's got to be less than what's showing.
Through the mayor, I just add in that we had a considerable amount of staff gapping this year across the department that I think is taking up a lot of that too. So I think that's why when we did our analysis, you know, we didn't really dig into the actual overtime costs at the facility. But that doesn't mean that you're going to have that kind of gapping, you know, in a future year. So I would think you're gonna experience this full, pretty much this full amount. And when you look at it annually, it's like over $96,000 per year. So I want to make it clear, like that's what you're approving, because the following year there's another $25,000 to annualize it.
Any other questions? I mean, it is a very successful venue, and I know that it would be disappointing to see it sitting there when someone else has to go somewhere. And I know the Wilkins Center, when it opens, is going to be very popular too. And there's nobody there, so if they're feeling the pressure now without the Wilkins Center, it's only going to be a matter of minutes before it's finished, and then all of a sudden they're going to come back again and say, "Well, it's a brand new facility and we have no one in place." So, I think this is one where we might be getting good value, because it's. I just can't imagine turning something away that's bringing in money because there's no staff there. That's kind of crazy to think about. So it's on the floor. It's been seconded. Anyone else have anything to say about it? All those in favor? Opposed? Where are you, Miller? There you go. He had his hand up. Okay. It was unanimous too. It was unanimous. We might need that moving forward. Okay, we are now at number 17, Fire Services Communication Specialist. Put it on the floor, Councillor Pierce and Councillor Kyle. Questions? Are there questions? Cindy's here. Yeah. No, no questions. All those in favor? Opposed? That was 6-5. All those in favor? Opposed? It's defeated. Okay. Okay, which takes us to, where are we at here as far as tax increase? 6.7. Okay, now we're at number 15. Is that right? No, we're at 18. Scotland, Canesville requests from Brantford Police. So who's going to speak to that? Let me see. Yes, so solar photo, but it's at Canesville on a day, right? Yeah. Get on the floor. Councillor Oakley, Councillor Pierce. Does anyone want to speak to it? No? Councillor Chambers?
Just a question, who came up with this idea?
Whose idea was this?
It wasn't a climate action specialist, was it?
Whose department? This is Cindy's department.
Thank you. Through the mayor, this resulted, I think, as you know, council approved the climate action plan, and staff are looking at what initiatives we could push forward, and had some discussions with Brant Municipal Enterprises on a potential partnership there. So it's been some collaborative work between senior staff and BME.
Any other conversation, comments? So it's on the floor. Number 18. Number 18. Yeah. Councillor Oakley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I look forward with the climate action plan specialists that we approved. Quite a few more of these projects coming forward, since there will be the staff ability to do so.
Yeah. Councillor Bell, did you want to speak to this too? Councillor Bell? No? No. Any?
I would just make the comment, if I may, that the annual savings, you can expect them to go up. As the evidence we saw at Roma of the challenges on the electrical system and supply system in Ontario is going to point the cost of electricity only in one direction. So the longer this is in place, the more the savings will become.
Right. Councillor Pierce.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, but I just need to make a comment about the climate action specialist. I think it should be noted that we spoke of doing this to all the fire halls and stuff long before the climate action plan. So I just want to make that note that this was on the books way before that.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 19. Request from Brantford Police Services contribution to the court security costs. I'll get it on the floor. Councillor Coleman and Councillor, come on, play the game. Let's go. Councillor Oakley. It's on the floor. It has a seconder. Does anyone want to speak to it? Councillor Pierce.
Well, I'll take a note out of Councillor Chambers' book there and ask what happens, what's the downfall if we don't support this, other than we don't support it. We haven't to this point.
That's right.
I know it's in there, but
Yeah. Cindy?
Through the mayor to council, so the court security costs have historically been absorbed by Brantford Police. As council knows, they approached staff this year to assist with some increase in costs in that area, and I know that there are other municipalities where police services are taking the same approach and asking for some assistance there. But if council doesn't support it, then Brantford Police would continue to absorb the full security costs.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just for discussion, this one gets tricky when you get into the subject of wants versus needs, because obviously this is a service that we require. It's a cost that we haven't previously had to take on. As it is a first request, I'm wondering if we might take an approach of offering 50% of what they had asked for as a starting point. I wonder if there's any appetite for that as an amendment to this, as opposed to possibly killing it completely.
Allison?
Thank you, Your Worship. I wanted to just point out, not directly to the motion on the floor, but this is the proportionate amount, again, as laid out in our shared services agreement with the city. So this is 23% of the total.
Councillor House?
Follow up. Then I'm curious through the mayor to Allison, I'm curious for a little more clarification of whether we don't really have a choice. If we are contractually bound to pay 28% of costs, then this isn't really a decision item.
Cindy?
Through the mayor, it's my understanding that this request falls outside of any current agreements with the city, but they've utilized 23% as a request, given that that's typically the percentage in other service agreements that we have with the city.
Cindy, through you, have they approached Six Nations to be part of the component of payment?
I'm not aware of that information.
Because police services one time, we were given the number of people that go through that building, and it was very low for the county. And Six Nations, it was much higher, and Brantford obviously much higher. So, I mean, it isn't one of our joint services. Never has been. This is an ask, and they've used the same percentages they do with John Noble Home and everything else. But there is a component of Six Nations that I don't believe is being represented in this ask. But it'll be interesting to see how. Let's get it on the floor. Councillor Garneau first.
Yeah, I think we might be on the floor. This is a really tricky one, and I don't want to open the full can of worms about our broader relationship with our neighbor, but I think that this is potentially the first of what will be a series of, albeit in different categories, requests that will be used to demonstrate whether we are able to work constructively with a neighboring municipality that is the anchor point for certain services that we don't offer ourselves and reasonably couldn't offer ourselves. I think that all things considered, they have worked within an established framework that if I were to put that lens on it, it's been brought forward probably in the most respectful way that it could under the circumstances. I acknowledge our Six Nations neighbors use the courthouse as well, but I would be very cautious about using the number of files that come through the courthouse as determining how we further spread things out with our Indigenous neighbors. We know that the statistics are much higher as far as their interactions with the criminal justice system compared to other folks, but not dissimilar to some of the discussions we had yesterday at social services. There are a lot of reasons why perhaps some of the smaller level crimes are happening in the city, but they are also increasingly happening out in the county. I think I'm the only neighbor who hasn't been broken into in recent months on my road. But if the statistics are putting someone as from Brantford, even though the crime occurred in the county, I think it's one of those things that we can't really parse out. I think all of this to say that, regrettably, I think we have to support this, and I think it's also in that context of a show of good faith as far as our other neighbors who are right now carrying this. I know Brantford Police, their budget has been under considerable scrutiny and in the media as well, and it's my understanding that the leadership there right now is working hard to make responsible decisions. So all of that to say, I will support this request.
Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wonder if this isn't the thin end of a wedge. If I look at the memorandum that's included, the BPS pick up the difference between the expenses and the provincial grant. So that's 1.13 million. They're not asking us for our 28.3% share of that. They're just asking for a contribution to the increase. But you can see if we start down this road where this could end up. And I think we have to be very, very cautious.
Any other questions? Councillor Oakley?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I actually, interesting enough, I was originally not planning to support this, but actually, I think I agree with Councillor Garland's argument here in terms of this, looking at those statistics can be somewhat deceptive as to what are county residents, what are City of Brantford residents, and similarly, I'm also uncomfortable with necessarily throwing in Six Nations here out of nowhere, particularly when you consider that Indigenous people are disproportionately targeted, or I don't want to misuse the word targeted, but disproportionately affected by our criminal justice system. So I'm a little uncomfortable with that comparison, but yeah, I wasn't originally planning to support this, but I now will do so. So,
Councillor Miller and then Councillor House.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just I'll get my voice in on this. I think we have an ethical, moral obligation to support this. These are real costs borne by maybe unfairly one entity that happens to house it, the municipality of Brantford. Having said that, I don't agree with Six Nations not being at least part of those discussions. And yeah, I don't think you want to look at who's getting who's using it the most with residents. I don't think that's fair. I think going something along the cost shared services is not a bad idea, but at the same time, I'd like to see a little more discussion around this. Like I say, with Six Nations involved, and then figure out the cost from there. So while I'm supportive of this, I'm not supportive of this amount, and maybe, like I say, through further discussion, we can come to maybe a more appropriate amount for the county.
Councillor Chambers? Sorry, Councillor House was first, then Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Anticipating a question from residents on this one, maybe I'm directing this to the people who sit on the police services board. Where do the funds go that are collected from speeding tickets? And I don't mean the automated speed enforcement. I mean traditional, just normal speeding tickets. And I've never really understood, do those funds go to the OPP? Do they go to us? Do they go in? And is there an opportunity to take funds from that to cover this so that it's not coming right out of the tax levy?
Cindy, do you want to speak to that?
Through the mayor, so those funds would be reflected in through revenues from the POA Corps, and any revenues there then go back to fund or offset the overall Brant County policing costs.
Councillor Chambers?
I'm just trying to get a handle on what actually they're asking here, and they're not asking to help fund the costs they're asking to help fund the increase in costs, a percentage of the increase in costs. And I'm looking at the spreadsheet. In some situations, the actual cost doesn't increase. So is this a one-timer? And talking about the point of a wedge, are they going to be coming back and asking for us to contribute on a percentage basis based on a cost sharing agreement, the cost of the whole thing, which would be significant? So it's a strange ask to ask for a contribution to the cost increase rather than the cost itself. So I think it has to be fleshed out in terms of what we're actually paying for and what future expectations are, and whether they're going to be saying next year, well, you're contributing 29% of the increase, but the actual costs are this, so we want 29% of this. Let's look at this in a cost sharing agreement. And then we're going against what happens in all the other municipalities where the local costs of security for courts is borne by the municipality where the courts are. And that they mentioned Oxford and Gray, but there's a lot of other counties that basically the host municipality pays for that cost. So I really think that it doesn't seem like a lot, but it could be the forebearer of something we may not be able to explain away because we already did something.
Any Councilor McAlpine?
My only other comment would be that, again, it's part of the downloading, I feel, from the province on us, and it's kind of continuous way. It comes along with social services conversation coming up as well. So I just wanted to add that little comment to it.
Any other comments? I understand Councilor Garneau's thinking about it, just doing it and looking cooperative and stuff like that. Cindy, is there any way that if this fails, that we could have a meeting right away to see if we could pull the money out of police services or something else? If the answers we ask are answers that we agree with or comply with, I think too it's the tip of the. I think it can go either way. I honestly do. I don't know what it is really. I know what the ask is, but I don't know if it's a beginning of something or if we show good faith in moving forward. Everyone saw the report from the professor from the University of Windsor saying that as long as joint services are going well and enhanced, there's no need to ever mention amalgamation. And I think that's what you were sort of implying. And so if we could, if this fails, maybe we could then agree as a council. I mean, I know this is a budget meeting, but we could agree to have a meeting right away and find out exactly what it is and how long it would be and whether it was an annual ask, but only if it fails. Councillor Oakley.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, given the way the conversation is going, I'm wondering if it's almost more appropriate if we don't just put a pin in this budget item and not approve or disapprove right now until we can have those conversations over the next couple weeks before our council meeting where we'd approve the budget. I don't know if that's possible to have that conversation in that time, but given that there seems to be a lot of what ifs, then maybe it's not appropriate to approve or disapprove it at this time.
Okay. Hear from Allison. Do you know where we keep the pins?
Thank you, through your worship. I have a whole drawer full of pins. I'm not sure that we're going to get satisfactory answers based on some of the questions asked. I don't know if a couple of weeks is going to let us predict what might happen in the future, where that's what I'm hearing most of the conversations are. So we can certainly start the conversations, but I'm not sure that we'll get answers to all of the questions that have been asked within a couple of weeks.
Thank you. Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, and along those lines, I think absolutely, if this were to fail, let's start those conversations. And this is just, whatever decisions we make today are being moved forward to another meeting to final approval So at that time, we can bring back anything on this page. So I'm not in favor of pushing it or pinning it or stapling it, whatever.
Just vote.
Let's make a decision on what we're going to do right now, and whatever that decision is, then the talks are either going to. I think the talk should happen either way to understand. If this goes through, hey, is this a one-time deal? Is this looking for more? Or what is the plan? Because to me, the ask is very vague. There's too many variables in here that could be, and I think we need to, regardless of how this goes, we need to ensure we've got those ironed out going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Garneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we have a motion that would be in the affirmative that is to fund this. I think that if perhaps in the communication envisioning something similar to what they've sent us comes back, that provided this passes, we acknowledge this is a one-off and exceptional. We've recognized additional circumstances. Some language that very clearly sets out that a broader conversation is required. That way, because certainly with other things that are pilots often become continuing. I think that would be beneficial. The other thing I would note, looking a little closer into the city inspector's memo, she acknowledges that the increase in court security are, among other places, family court. And in some of the other discussions that we will likely have later today, as someone who has to be in family court in 2 weeks' time, county residents are definitely impacted by this. And when security is required in family court, it is because of domestic violence. So I think we want to also be mindful of where these are happening. It's not POA by the looks of things. It's on the civil matters. And I think that's probably also a barometer on the temperature in society right now, but thank you.
Okay. Any more comments? It's on the floor. Has a seconder. All those in favor? Opposed? He opposed. Chambers, yes, hands up. It still passes. So it still passes. I think even though that it just passed, I think that we should have a meeting, Cindy, as soon as we can, and maybe have Jennifer Haley there as the Police Services Board Chair to find out exactly what happens next. Thank you. Okay, number 20, new hospital project. It's on the floor with Councillor Oakley and Councillor Howes. Councillor Howes wants to speak to it first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We definitely have to start accruing funds for this project, even though the project remains vague. There's no doubt that there's going to be a financial obligation down the road. My question is more about structure of, like, is there a mechanism whereby we can say the tax levy is, X percent for the county of Brant's operations and everything, plus a 1% surcharge or special levy or whatever, so that it's clear that what takes you from, say, 7% to whatever, 8%, that it's very clearly defined that 1% is dedicated to a future hospital to serve the community. Is there a mechanism to do that, or is that just words? And at the end of the day, it's just the end big number.
Allison.
Through your worship, in terms of purely an explanation and communications out to the community, absolutely we can do that.
Councillor Chambers.
Isn't there a line on your tax bill that says special levies? And could this not be on that line in your tax bill?
Yep. Through the mayor, yes, we could add as a separate surcharge. I think we did that maybe 6 or 7 years ago for a capital surcharge when we tried that for the 1 year.
Councillor Pearson, then Councillor Oakley, and then Councillor House.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. Great news that we can do that on the tax bill, but I think we should be doing, you know, if this goes through, which I think we've already discussed that we have to do this, I think we should kind of double whammy this here where we need a communication out to say that, as well as it being separate on the tax bill. I think that's prudent to do that because it is true. And this is, you know, I think the public is aware, a lot of them anyway, but they need to understand that, you know, like the one we just had, this isn't a one-time deal. This is a go forward thing for the next 10 years that this is going to be on an additional percentage of our taxes. I think we need to do it both ways.
Councillor Oakley and then Councillor House.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I agree 100% with the colleagues here that we need to break this out, not only just as an explanation of where the money's coming from, but I think it was very clear in our budget feedback that one of the priorities of the community is this hospital, affordable housing, and infrastructure, including transit. And I think taking this idea forward, whatever we eventually decide to do with affordable housing, we should probably consider doing a similar thing on the levy there. Just as an information piece to our residents of, yes, we are very clearly investing in this service that is important to the community. I think that's important for us to do. And as Councillor Pierce said, I think we are, if not, we're certainly not legally obligated to, but I think we are morally obligated to start saving for this hospital. So I think we do need to support this.
Councillor House.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So yeah, I wanted to amend the motion to break it out the way we were discussed as a separate levy item. And like Councillor Pierce was saying, do both. Do the double, like do it with communications, but actually have it show up separately. If there's a seconder to that amendment.
Okay, I think before we look for a seconder, we'll let Allison speak again.
Thank you, through your worship. I think another thing that came out through the engagement survey that was done was a general confusion or questions. I won't say misunderstanding, but questions about how the municipal budget process works. Because this is a significant amount, both on an annual basis and ultimately what we're going to need. We would definitely plan a pretty substantive communications piece on this. And I'd like to thank Heather for all the work she's done on modeling how to do this. But I think maybe what might be missed if this were to pass is this was one of the most equitable ways that staff could come up with in terms of making sure that the people who are actually going to benefit from the hospital are also paying for it, and that this compounds over time. So I think that will be an important communication piece for the community to understand.
Councillor House?
Yeah, so I move that we amend that motion to have the hospital amount specifically broken out as a special levy, and hoping for a seconder on that.
Okay. Councillor Oakley? Okay. Any other conversation on that? No? Councillor Chambers?
Just so we understand it, the motion is that it be, the contribution be considered a special levy. But are you saying, is in the motion the 800,000, or is that, it's going to be a separate issue? Because I think we should separate them.
The clerk can determine whether we could vote on those separately.
There we go.
I think we have to vote on them separately.
So the first would be the motion, the amendment to the motion would be the first thing considered, and then we would bring forward the motion as amended.
Right, so we're voting on the amended motion. Not the motion to amend. Okay, we're voting on the motion to amend. It's on the floor, it has a seconder. All those in favor? That's to separate it, make it its own thing. Now we go back to the motion of whether it's $800. Motion as amended, $800,000. Put it on the floor, Councillor Bell. Oh, Councillor Miller.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Couple of questions. We're talking about communications and all that stuff. And when you talk about the hospital, we talk about, I think most people think of a big, shiny new hospital somewhere sitting in the city of Brantford. But is not the Willet part of this whole process?
What did he say? What?
Would the Willet and Paris not be part of this whole process? Is it not getting?
Yeah, it's part of the whole process. Yep, but it's an asset of the health system. It's not anything to do with the county anymore. So we have to be very careful how we handle the new hospital build, because we want the Willet to stay. Yeah.
I'm just thinking. Now, I understand I understand it's an asset of the Grant Community Healthcare System. What I'm getting at is people are more willing to pay for something if they see a benefit directly in their community, and I'm just wondering if that would be part of the selling feature. So I'm just throwing that out there. But I think it would be good if that could be part of that communications. And then the other question I have, this levy, as it stands now, we're at 6.8. This goes through. This will obviously push it up to 7.8, and there's others items that come in. And this is a tough one because the province wants us to raise this money locally. Obviously, donations aren't going to do it, so we're going to force people to contribute through a taxation method, that being property taxes that are one of the most regressive taxes that we have in Canada. And we always got to keep in mind too that property taxes, when we raise them, they hurt the poor and the seniors, the bulk of whom are on fixed income. It hurts them the most. And I'm having a hard time. I haven't heard from Councillor Chambers since the first 6 or 7, but I am having a hard time with the full amount coming forward. And I understand we should be contributing to it. I would rather contribute to it if we were at a tax levy of 5% rated to 6%. I'm having a very hard time going from 6.8 to 7.8, knowing it's going even higher. So that's what I'm struggling with right now. So, okay, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Yeah, we're all struggling right now. Councillor Chambers, then Councillor Bell.
By adding it as a special levy, that gives you the flexibility year by year to decide how much you want to contribute. And in some years when the tax, I wasn't going to say it, Councilor Miller said it, 6.8, 7 times that I said it. In years like this, we may contribute less. And if we ever see a year where the tax levy is more historically closer to the cost of inflation, you can do more. So there is flexibility built into that. And whether you want to contribute $800,000 this year when the tax levy increase is going to be high, you might want to, for example, contribute $400,000. And next year, when the tax rate in an election year is 2.2%, you can have $1 million if you want. It doesn't matter. So you have that flexibility.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think just for the benefit of people who might be listening and may look at this video sometime in the future, in our justification here, we say the total local contribution required by provincial funding models, that's what the municipalities or local organisations must pay, is 10% of the capital and construction costs, as well as 100% of the furniture and equipment costs. Now, I'll throw some numbers out. Let's assume I think Paul Emerson said we were looking at 1.4 million square feet. And currently the going rate for hospitals is $2,000 a square foot. So rounded up, $3 billion. So the 10% of that is $300 million. The furniture, fixtures and fittings is typically 15% of the
construction cost. That's another 450, so total 750. Our share is somewhere between 20 and 28%. So that puts us in the ballpark at 150, 170 million dollars. Now let's say I'm being a little bit pessimistic. It's only $2 billion to build this hospital. Then that number comes down to around 120 to 130. So that's where we need to be at some point in time. And I take Councillor Chambers' suggestion is a really good one, that in a year when you don't want to afford much, you pay less, and in a year when you can afford more, pay more. But I would be concerned to drop below the 1% level, which if we only had 1% for the next 10 years, we'd only get halfway or even a third of the way to the total that we need to get to. So I would be supportive of keeping the $800,000 number in this year, and as Councillor Chambers suggests, each year review it and see what we can afford.
Any other questions or comments? Well, I find it very frustrating because the hospital project itself is bouncing all over the place. Where is it going to be? Will it be a new build? Will it be a Frankenstein of the one they have now? Will it be in the county? Will it be in the city? And how much will it cost? And it's just all over the place right now. I don't think that we're any closer now than we were 3 years ago as deciding on what the hospital is going to be, where it's going to be, and what it's going to be. With that being said, the placement of the County of Brant is magical as far as specialty hospitals, sick kids, and the Hamilton medical system in London and Toronto. We're so close. We're never going to do without until we get a new hospital. That's the nice thing. Cardiac unit at the Brantford, at the Hamilton General, and all of that. I think that's why it's not moving as quickly, is because none of us are really lacking our services. When we need doctors and specialists and things, we can do it. People in Burford can go to Oxford. They have a beautiful brand new hospital in Woodstock, and Cambridge has things, and Hamilton has what Cambridge doesn't. So if we were more remote, we were actually missing services. I mean, I know everyone doesn't have a doctor. I'm rambling a little bit because it's so far down the road, the new hospital. And the way the hospital works, we don't have to give them any money, not 1 cent, until the hospital is finished. And that's a good thing. That doesn't happen in most projects where you don't have to pay anything until it's finished. And that's a good thing. But it's also a thing that can get away on you. And I know that when I watch the Brantford budget process, there is a councillor in Brantford that keeps saying, what's the county done? Which, I can't see where that's any of their business, but they always ask the same question: what has the county done about the hospital? And the answer is, well, we don't know. We're not at the county. We're doing your budget right now. So I just know it's a big chunk right now, and we're up against a huge number now, because I just saw where we're going here. We're not even nearly done. I wished it wasn't the 800,000, but that's the will of this committee. That's what it will be. Councillor Oakley here first, then Councillor Pierce.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think I will have to disagree with some of the sentiment there. I think this hospital is desperately needed. It has been desperately needed for 20 some odd years. A couple months ago, I was reading an article, I believe it was either in the Expositor or the Spectator, about a county resident who passed away because of lack of being able to get care at the hospital, because it's so outdated and the staff there are so overworked and doing their absolute best with the facilities they have, but with facilities that are quite frankly insufficient for the needs of the shared regional need. So I think this is something that we desperately needed 20 years ago. They say the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The next best time is now, and I think we have to start saving now. We have to be prepared, and we have to be pushing government as hard as possible to be moving on this project as fast as possible, which means we're going to need that local contribution as quickly as possible. So I think this is something that we cannot play around with. We have to start investing, and I do think it is honestly a fair question from the city council about what we've done, because last year we were intending to do this and we chose not to. last minute after initially putting in the budget. So I think, you know, it's do or die, and we have to start.
Councillor Pierce and then Councillor Garneau.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I agree with Councillor Oakley in the sense that, and I understand everything that you said, Mr. Mayor. It could be some ways away. Let's hypothetically say, okay, we don't do it this year. Maybe we don't do it next year. Maybe we don't do it the year after. Then all of a sudden, we've got to come up with, you know, $5 million ASAP right off the hop, right? You know, I think we all kind of, we spoke about, you know, 1% a few times around here. I think that, you know, we need to start building the pot, and I agree with the analogy that, you know, we haven't done it and we need to start it, and we need to start it now. Absolutely, it's going to be a hit to the taxpayer. Yes, it is. But I think also the fact that, you know, the understanding that it is a separate entity, so to speak, on the increase, and it is something that's going to be, you know, over the next many years to come. You know, as you say, it could be way down the road, but I don't want to be in a position where all of a sudden, to Councillor Oakley's part, that, you know, the province does, you know, get their stuff together, and all of a sudden this thing's expedited and it's built in, you know, 3 years. Then we're in big trouble. Even if we don't have to pay it back until it's done, all of a sudden then we're scraping, and then we're in a totally different situation. Again, I think it's prudent for us to start this. We did talk about it last year. We took it off the budget last year. It is going to be a hit, but it's something that we have to do.
Councillor Garneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I am in agreement that this is what we need to do now. And I think the risk to us on our broader strategy when we received the delegation briefs that went to Roma a couple weeks ago now, I think we risk looking like we're talking out both sides of our mouths if we continue to delegate on needing a new hospital, but aren't willing to put our money where our mouth is. I'm probably one of the last ones who wants to see taxes go up, especially for rural residents and seniors. But I think this is one of those things that we have to invest in now. And even I'm thinking to your comments, Mr. Mayor, about the length of time it's going to take. And I have a milestone birthday this year, and if we add 10 more years onto that, wow, that's how old I'm going to be when this actually happens. But I think it's the right thing to do for the community. And I'm also thinking about the report that we had back in December from our strategic initiative staff about fundraising, and if the hope is that we can fundraise our way out of this situation, I don't think that we can locally. This is, I mean, it's a tax. We're forcing people to pay it. I recognize that, whether they want to or not. But as far as things that broadly benefit, I don't think you get any closer to something that everyone can truly see the value of.
Councillor Kyle.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I would 100% agree with everything that Councillor Garneau just said. As someone who had to make a 3 a.m. decision last week on which hospital to take my husband to for an mishap, we went to Woodstock because the options were Brantford and Cambridge, which were the other two closest options for us. We knew that it was going to be a not great experience in the slightest. So I think the faster we can stop talking out of both sides of our mouths and have that financial piece to also show the ministry when we are delegating and when we're having meetings and when we're in conversations with the city, I think is only going to help us get that hospital faster.
Any other comments before we, Councillor Oakley?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I also wanted to go back and briefly touch on the point that Councillor Miller made, where I absolutely agree. Property taxation is an incredibly regressive form of taxation. It's a funding model that hasn't been updated in I think centuries, and it's I think General Manager Walton also touched on it with our larger issues with infrastructure funding, where federal and provincial government used to do a lot more of this, and now we actually had a conversation yesterday at Social Services about how we're actually one of the provinces with I believe the second highest property tax rates in the country because of how many services our provincial government has downloaded onto us. And I think there will be certainly lots of room to advocate to the government to make those changes, because at some point something's going to break.
Any other comments? Councillor Coleman.
Just to add fuel to the fire, Mr. Mayor, it's only one taxpayer. We're all sitting here. It doesn't matter whether it's federal, provincial, or municipal. We're one taxpayer. So let's get this going now.
Any other comments? It's on the floor. It's on the floor. The amount is $800,000. All those in favor? Councillor Miller, are you opposed? He's opposed. Okay, thank you. Takes us to number 21. Number 21 on the Landsdown Children's Center. Get it on the floor, please. Someone wants to get Landsdown on the floor for us so we can talk about it. Councillor Coleman and Councillor Bell. The ask is $200,000. Councillor Kyle.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, maybe a question to staff, and this could be kind of a similar question for both 21 and 22. But I'm just wondering if there is a possibility, if we are supportive of funding these projects, whether there is a way to extend that beyond the shorter window of time that they've asked for. Just kind of trying to think through ways that maybe it takes a little pressure off of this year, but we still are supportive of those projects going forward.
Allison?
Thank you, through your worship. I can answer a little bit of it, and Heather might want to chime in. So what the request is, and I can at least speak to Landsdown, is the request was over 5 years. So that is how we've modeled it, just broken it down over 5 years. So I guess there's two ways to answer your question. It's whether we can pay that to them over a longer period of time, and or do we still pay it within 5 years and borrow for some of it. At the direction of council, we can do either. But the request as is, we had actually put the whole amount in the budget, and I suggested that we put it in over the, again, 5 year period that they've been asking for. But certainly on council direction, we can, 4 years, I should say. Yeah, 4 years, not 5. So the total amount, yes, is $800,000. So we have already broken that down, but certainly we can adjust that as requested.
Questions? Councillor McAlpine?
I'm just wondering about considering reducing the amount to 100,000. It is a really good need, but just given the increase to our taxes and what we're looking at right now, it might not be realistic for us at this point.
Okay. Any other comments? Councillor Chambers?
What I'd like to do is deny the request for this year, but refer it to the next year's budget, looking at the sheet in front of us. So we're not saying no, we're just saying, sorry, not this year, but we'll look at it next year.
Okay. Councillor House? You like what he just said?
I would second that if that was a motion and we need to get it on the table.
Okay, well, let's use those two to get it on the floor, Councillor Chambers and Councillor House, because we didn't give Councillor McAlpine a chance to ask for a seconder for his splitting in half. Councillor Bell.
Just a question, staff can help with. What was the forecast for tax increase in next year? I mean, I know it's a bit of a guess, but I think it was 12 and some percent.
To begin with,
wrong.
Yeah, it was in that range in the long-term
So
financial.
I'm not sure that pushing it to next year, with respect, Robert, is going to be helpful.
I'm not pushing, I'm pushing the decision to next year to be decided in context of next year's budget, by the sounds of things, we might have to do the same thing if it's at 12%.
Okay. Okay, any other discussion? So it's on the floor now with Councillor Chambers and Councillor House, is that Councillor Pierce, is that confused?
Wasn't the original one on the floor first? Or did we not?
We didn't have it put on the floor yet, but
Okay.
it was here before they made their,
Okay, I'm just wondering.
yeah. So we have to vote on the original amendment first, or the original. Is yours an amendment, Councillor Chambers, or a motion?
I can make it a motion if there was not a motion in place before. If there was a motion,
There was a motion. There was a motion before.
okay, so let's vote on that motion, and then if that passes or fails, then I can put that. Okay.
So we're gonna, the motion. Amount, yeah. Okay, so the original, amount is what we're gonna vote on first, the $200,000, right? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Okay, now Councillor Chambers.
Now I'll move that the request be referred to next year's budget for consideration.
Thank you, and that's seconded by Councillor House, is that right? Yeah. Everyone's clear. Any other discussion? No? Call the vote, all those in favor? And opposed? Opposed, Councillor Miller's opposed too. Okay, that's that. What do we do?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I was actually going to make a motion, not to put the 250 on the floor, to put 100,000 over 10 years on the floor, and then I can explain my reasoning afterwards. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I was going to suggest that instead of doing 250 over 4 years for a total of $1 million, instead we do 100,000 over 10 years for the same total. Recognizing that the Woodland Cultural Center is looking for the funds, they just threw out the suggestion of this is what City of Brantford and Six Nations are doing. We're not necessarily obligated to do the same funding plan as them, and also recognizing that I believe the timelines for the project is in the 10-year range, not within the 4-year range.
Yeah, so if it's not on the floor, it will be included in the budget unless someone wants to make a motion similar to the last thing that we referred for a consideration in a future year, or it just is not in the budget.
I'll move that we look at it at a future next year's budget.
just quickly, Mr. Mayor, yeah, part of the reason why I was not prepared to support Councillor Oakley's motion or the as it was presented to us is I do find it difficult when we're asked to commit large dollars over a 10-year span of time, because it's hard for us to know where we're going to be in 3 or 4 years. Some of us may be on council and responsible for making decisions, and some of us may not. So it's the ask spread over multiple years is a tricky one for me to accept, especially when we're looking at the tax levy that we're looking at. So just as a commentary.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I am not going to support the delay because I think we should be doing it this year. But I do think that, especially given our arts, culture, and heritage strategy and the importance that we put to honoring the history and contributions of Indigenous people, I think this project is something we absolutely have an obligation to support. So I'm not going to support delaying it because I think it should be done this year, but I think that we should do it.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I don't think anybody's saying we're not supporting it. What we're going to do is look at it next year, and I believe Councillor Oakley, you were the one that said it's not going to be it's not over a 3 or 4 year span that this is going to be done. It's over probably a 10-year span. So I think we're where we're supposed to be.
Sorry, my mic was off. We have to do that again. The clerk said it was a Pierce Chambers thing, so it's going to be. And now I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? And Councillor Miller's hand is in the air, so that's great. $23, is that right? I'm sorry? Yeah, historical sign project, $45,000. Can I get someone to put it on the floor? Councillor Howes and someone else? Councillor Kyle, it's on the floor. Councillor Howes, you want to speak to it?
Right, so I initiated the motion, but I'm not going to vote for it, but I wanted to explain that. I love this idea, and I am a big fan of helping the original small communities retain their identities. And this is not a lot of money, but I'm very, very conscious of how the nickels and dimes are adding up here. And so to me, this falls into the category of want rather than a need. And let's look at it again at another time or find other funding for it. But I can't support just adding another element to the tax levy for this. Thanks.
Yeah, Councillor Garneau and then Councillor McAlpine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I concur with Councillor House. I absolutely love this project. As a historian myself and someone who's spent a great deal of time researching local history to where my farm is located this winter, I wonder whether this might be something, given the all things considered reasonable affordability of an individual sign, if there was a way we could ask our strategic initiative staff to see if perhaps community fundraising might be a way to accomplish some of this. I could see that this is something that local residents might want to participate in, and to add up to, it doesn't take all things considered, it doesn't take too long to get to $3,000 for the impact it might have on some of the small villages looking to retain their identities.
Thank you. Councillor McAlpine.
Yeah, I was going to sort of concur with what Councillor Gennaro said. It works out, to about 3,000 per community. And I think, if a community came forward and would like to have the signs, then it might be a combination of some funds that we have in the Heritage Committee plus fundraising from the local community. And it is something that we do in-house, so there is some savings that way. So I'm not supporting this at this point.
Councillor Chambers.
What I'd like to see is if a request comes forward, that it be considered at that time. Hatchley, for example, came forward and we approved that. There were funds available to make it a project of $45,000. That is not the way to do it. I think even the people of the communities, if they knew it was costing $45,000, they wouldn't want the sign in some of these communities. So I think it can be left out of the budget and handled as oncoming project. If Mount Vernon wants a sign, fine, but maybe Ranley doesn't, and I don't think they would. So that's the way to do that. So I don't think we have to approve it as a budget package, but it can be considered as a one-time ongoing thing.
So it's on the floor and has a seconder. Councillor Miller, you want to speak to it?
I do. Yeah, when I first seen this and we referred it to budget, I even thought, well, it doesn't cost $45,000 to replace the sign. It all started with the Mount Vernon one. And I don't know why it would all have to be in one budget. I don't know why this couldn't be spread over 5 years and we replace them, or 6 years, we replace them as they blow down, as they knock down. So, whether we do what Councillor Chambers suggested, that it kind of be put in with the operating budget and they come forward as the signs are requested, or we spread this out over, like I say, 5 years, but it certainly doesn't all have to be done in 2026 or 2025.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. It's on the floor. It has a seconder. Any more conversation? All those in favor? Opposed? And we'll talk about it as people approach us for new signage in all the little areas of the county. We'll just take care of it. Councillor Miller?
Well, did you want a motion to that effect, Mr. Mayor? I'd like to make one to that effect.
Well, I think they would come to Councillor. They would come to Councillor Miller, and we would make the decision there, I would think. But if you want to make the motion if you want to make the motion, go ahead.
Well, that the existing signs, as they require repair replacement, that we look at putting that into the operating budget. I'll wait and see if I get a seconder for that.
Okay. Noting that the signage that we're really talking about are little pieces of the county that never got a sign at all. With the big sign program that we put out before. Maybe you could add that to your motion, just because I know those are the people that are going to be calling us asking for a sign and asking why they didn't get one. Are you okay with that?
No.
No. Okay, well then we'll let cheers go. Seeking a seconder for Councillor Miller's motion to repair signs, and Councillor Perno. All those in favor? Okay. Yeah, there we go. Opposed? Okay. So I guess when the little parts of the county come looking for a sign, we just do it through the Historic Society or do it somehow, one at a time. Okay. The next thing is 24, which is victim services. Councillor Oakley. Looking for a seconder for Councillor Oakley. Councillor Bell. Conversation. Question. Councillor Oakley, you want to speak to it first?
Yeah. Through you, sir. I'm going to speak broadly about the next 4 items, all the gender-based violence services, because I plan to be supporting all of them. I think over the past year, from the briefing note we received back in December and the presentation we received last week, that the need for this funding is starkly clear. The proof is in the pudding with the results that we had. We reduced wait times to 0. We served hundreds of county residents who are vulnerable residents. It legitimately changed lives, saved lives, I believe that we have a moral and ethical obligation to continue this funding because it is an absolutely invaluable service for vulnerable members of our community, and we cannot fail these members of our community. A choice to not continue this funding is a choice to recognize that there will be lives lost because we have failed to serve this community. Furthermore, I fully recognize as well that similar to the hospital, this is another thing that is a result of provincial underfunding, downloading that quite frankly should not be the municipality's responsibility, but ultimately the buck does stop with us, and I can't see us not supporting these services when they're doing such a valuable service for us and treating residents that need to be treated.
Did you have a seconder? Councillor Bell. Okay, are there any other questions for Councillor Oakley? Or for the motion, sorry? Councillor Garneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So speaking to number 24 here, that's victim services.
Yeah.
More generally, I'm glad to see that we're going to continue these or consider these individually this year rather than omnibus, as was the case last year. Certainly, colleagues will remember that I spoke against funding the omnibus motion last year. I had wanted to see things individually because victim services is one where I think it checks all of the broader boxes for our community. Not only are they making very good use of what is a very modest amount of money, they don't turn anyone away based on their demographic or circumstance. They are also fully located in the county of Brant, and without that, we lose that service altogether. It's not that someone has to necessarily travel for the service or whatnot, but it's gone. And I do think that recognizing our broader circumstances, that this is the one on the list, if I had to choose, that I would be willing to see us commit taxpayer funds to.
Thank you. Any other comments or concerns?
Mr. Mayor, just before we get too far into these, I wanted to get some confirmation from council because these aren't one-time kind of asks. So I just need to know if building these in, if the approval is intended that these become part of our base budget, or are these going to become part of something we discuss and consider year after year? Just because this is the nature of these requests.
Councillor Oakley and then Councillor Bell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to sort of Heather's question here, my intent was funding these one time for the reason of I think if we were to be integrating these as a permanent part of our base budget, we should be looking at formalizing service agreements, and that is not to get off the topic of this specific motion, but it is something that, provided we do intend to continue funding this for the following year, is a motion I would intend to bring forward at some point, that we formalize agreements rather than doing it as one-offs and having some sort of regular check-in or regular update to it. So,
Councillor Bell.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think the presentations we had told a very convincing and rewarding story for the faith we put in them by giving them funding last year for 1 year. But nothing has changed in the funding models, and until I see a change in the funding models, I will continue to support these organisations year on year. I think Councillor Oakley is right. We need to get a little bit more formal with them, but I cannot see, unless the province starts to provide more money, that we will walk away. I would not walk away from this moral obligation that I think absolutely falls back on the municipalities. I don't see where else it goes.
Any other comments before we call the vote? So we're only voting on them one at a. Oh, Councillor Miller.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I won't support them. These are a provincial responsibility. We're willingly taking over where the province should be stepping up. What we should be doing is lobbying the province to support these fully. I don't doubt for a second that they're doing good work. We know that. We heard them. I believe them. I'll also point out that we have a lot of other good organizations in the county that could use our help. And a good example is food banks. We only have 2. And I guess their services are stretched beyond capacity. So there's lots of good cases for the monies. I don't like the process. I don't like the fact that we don't see their budget. Organizations we do give money to, we have either somebody sitting on their board, we have oversight of some kind. we have community grants where people come and request money, say for $1,500, and they go through more scrutiny than these huge requests. So I don't support these. I support the fact that we should do what we can to get the province to fund them fully, but taking these from the property tax, as I've discussed, is regressive. It's hard, and that money isn't doing what we need it to do, and that's going towards the core infrastructure that we have. So we're failing there by funding things like this. And like I say, I agree it's a good cause, but lots of good causes, and I don't support it.
Any other comments before we call the vote? Councillor Kyle?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. One quick comment. I think I do agree with Councillor Miller in terms of lobbying the province to either re-upload or to come up with the money that they should be using to fund these. However, I would, when we're talking about infrastructure, I do view these as social infrastructure. So I do think that they are equally important to the community as our physical infrastructure.
Thank you. Any other comments? No. So it's on the floor. It's been seconded. All those in favor to support the request? Opposed? Got it. So it passes. The next one is Nova Vita funding. I need to get it on the floor. Councillor Oakley, Councillor Bell. Conversation. Councillor Oakley.
To you, Mr. Mayor, same as victim services, this is an absolutely vital service for our community. As Councillor Kyle said with the last one, this is social infrastructure that we absolutely have a moral obligation to be funding, lest county residents are left without services that they vitally need.
Councillor Garneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am going to speak against funding this organization. This was the organization that I did manage to find financial information for. I was concerned when the delegation came to council and the executive director of the organization couldn't answer what I, as in effect a donor in this context, because I'm donating people's property tax money to it, if I support it, was doing with their funds. Not only did they have a fairly substantial surplus, she couldn't speak to how it was used. Despite donations being down, costs per dollar raised were up. So ethically, when it's taxpayer money, I can't give it to an organization that I don't have confidence in that they're stewarding their resources effectively from the get-go. But there's also an ideological piece about the mandate of this organization that I struggle with. So councillors will recall when we passed the original resolution in November of 23, I brought forward an amendment to ensure that we were funding organizations that did not discriminate against individuals based on their sex or gender identity. What is very apparent is that this organization does. It puts up barriers for men, in particular dads in our community who already through the family court system are at a disadvantage to maintain their parenting relationships. I can't fund something that is making its decisions based on activism rather than the data that we're seeing. And even within our own community, and it's not my place to talk about others' lived experiences, but the number of men that I've had come forward to me that have spoken about either being wrongly accused of domestic violence and that being used against them in the family court system, or who have been victims themselves, and the data shows that men are less likely to come forward and seek help because the experience of seeking help is so off-putting that they just figure it out on their own and the outcomes aren't constructive. So all of that to say I won't be supporting this particular request.
Thank you. Councillor Kyle.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. I think to an extent I would like to respectfully disagree with some of what Councillor Garneau is saying. With respect to this organization, they are our only women's shelter in our community that's available for our residents. So I realize with that comes some, I guess you could call it discrimination between who they would focus most of their attention on. However, when asked if they do provide wraparound services and services available to men in the community, they did indicate that they do. I think as a women's shelter, I think that is first and foremost what they receive their funding for from the government. So I would be uncomfortable accusing them of not providing the services to our residents who need them, because their mandate is to focus on women, and it's been identified that women are the most at risk. And that's not to take away from any experience of any other folks, any men going through the court system. I'm sympathetic with Councillor Garneau's comments around men going through the family court system and being wrongly accused, but I think in this instance we do need to separate that from this particular organization and the mandate that they are set out to try and address.
Thank you. Back to Councillor Garneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With regards to the services for men, this organization requires the man to admit that he was an aggressor in a domestic violence situation to access those wraparound services. If the man disputes the claim or is not the aggressor, he doesn't get services. Following yesterday's Social Services Committee, I had an opportunity to talk to the Senior Director from Housing, Mary Musson, and I asked her what happens if a man in our community comes forward with children and needs emergency sheltering. We don't have sheltering. He and his children are referred to a motel. The motels are, as we know from other files, where a lot of the vice and other things are going on that would adversely affect his situation, and I realize I'm wandering here. However, I think that we are, if council is to support this again, I think council also needs to just take a step back and ask ourselves then what we are going to do to resolve that inequity in our community.
Thank you, Councillor Garneau. Are there any other comments, Councillor House?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, mine's more specific to the ask on the amount of funds. And if this motion were to fail, I would be prepared to make an alternate motion for approving half of what they've asked for.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, so the motion on the table is to support Nova Vita in the amount of $80,000. All those in favor? Opposed? It fails. So, Councillor House.
Sorry, I thought there was 6 against on that.
It failed.
Oh, it failed. Okay, sorry. I'm with you.
Did you want it to pass?
No, I'm with you.
You should have put up your hand. If
No, I'm with you. Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead.
I move that we support Nova Vita at 50% of their original ask at $40,000.
Seeking a seconder. Councillor Kyle. Any conversation to the support of half their ask? All those in favor? Opposed? Passed. Okay, takes us to number 26, Sexual Assault Center grant funding request, $90,000. Get it on the table. Councillor Oakley, seeking a seconder. Councillor Bell, conversation. Councillor Oakley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Same as the previous two, this is an absolutely vital service and we cannot fail to fund it.
Councillor House.
Same as the previous one. If this fails, I would move an alternate funding support.
Is there anything else to be said about the request? Seeing not, call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Miller is there with his hand up. Opposed? Okay, so it fails. Okay. Willowbridge Community Services. Oh, it failed. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor House?
So given that through you, Mr. Mayor, given that it failed, I move that we support number 26 at 50% of their ask.
Seeking a seconder? Councillor Kyle? Okay. Any other comments, questions? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Willowbridge, $60,413. Put it on the floor, Councillor Oakley and Councillor McAlpine. Conversation. Councillor House.
Same thing.
Same thing, yeah. Okay, so we have it on the floor for $60,415. All those in favor? Opposed? Fails. Okay, it fails. Councillor House?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we support number 27 at 50% of their original ask.
Yeah, seeking a seconder. Councillor Bell. Any other conversation? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And that's it. That's it for the decision packages. So we're going to take a break. Lunch is here. And we'll meet again in what, 15 minutes? 15 minutes? Yep. You ready? Yep. Okay, we're back. Welcome back to our committee of a whole meeting. We are at number 6.1, which is the staff report. I need a mover to get on the floor. Councillor Howes, Councillor Pierce. And who is that? That's who has that? Heather Mifflin. Oh, or Heather Boyd. I have Heather Mifflin.
We do actually still have a few more slides to go through on the actual budget.
Okay. All right. Okay, Heather, that's great.
So while that we've gone through the decision packages, typically our next steps is to look at if we're going to do some rate stabilization work. So one of the historic tools we've used is a contribution from the contingency and rate stabilization reserve. In 2024, we did approve $1,500,000 from that reserve to help reduce the 2024 budget increase. And so the fact that that money is no longer a revenue available, that was one of the big drivers from the starting point of the 2025 budget. But again, I always caution that, we use the money this year, it increases the starting point for next year. But on the other hand, our contingency reserve is stable at this time, even with the full pull from last year. We do still have $2,600,000 in that, and we'll know better at the time we do the surplus report if we need to pull that $1,500,000 even. So there may even be more in it when we get to that point. So there is money that we can pull from that reserve if we want to do that again. That's just an option for council's consideration. And then failing that, the next thing would be the two staff reports. The first one being excluded expenses. This is just our standard report. Every year is just legislatively required that we bring this report forward. It just needs to be approved before we get to the final budget approvals.
Right, and that report's in front of us. That's the one I just got a motion for and a seconder for. Are there any questions to 6.1? No? Councillor Pierce?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so just a question, and we talk about potentially from contingency reserves and that sort of thing. Kind of shifting gears a little bit, if we talk about the Marin County Power money, if we cannot use that for operating costs, is that correct?
No, we cannot. Well, we could move it into operating. I don't know. Heather Mifflin can explain what we do with that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Do you mean the whole actual reserve or
No.
just the interest?
The interest.
Okay, so currently the interest is we bring in the interest from the Brant County Reserve to partially to fund operating and partially to cover some debt that was related to capital.
Okay, so through you, Mr. Mayor, so what if, hypothetically, what if we were to, or can we, take that $800,000 for the hospital out of that fund? We don't have to take the whole thing out, right? Could we remove $800,000 and allocate it to that hospital fund?
We could, but it would still show as an increase to the budget because we're using it currently as a revenue source to the operating budget. If you remove it and then send it over to the hospital, it's still an increase to the budget. And that is what Heather was proposing to do.
Yeah, not the interest though. I'm talking the principal, like
the principal. Sorry.
The 30 some odd million, whatever it is. So, are we able to? Let's round it up. Are we able to take $1 million out of that and put that towards the hospital fund, which would reduce our budget by the $800,000?
Yeah, we can. It will change like the modeling going forward. The other piece is the way that we had modeled that 1% increase, if that's the way we were going, was that we were building upon 1 point. So it'll kind of make where we don't have any source for that 26 to start from. But
Sorry,
because we were building 1% additional capital levy every year, so like, but the money that's built in this year would be part of next year's base budget. So it'd be that money plus another 1%. That's how we grew the hospital to the level it was. So if we take this year's out of one of our reserves instead of out of the tax levy doesn't get built up at all. So next year we're either taking $2 million roughly for the tax levy to add to the hospital, or we start over again at 1%, like that 1 year. It's the same problem if we draw from that to pay for capital projects, and hoping that it increases like our starting point for next year. The only things that increase our starting points for next year is contributions from the levy. Because every time we find another funding source, that's money, one, that the tax levy this year doesn't have to pay, but it's also a revenue source that doesn't exist next year without further dipping.
Okay, I think I'm trying to wrap my head around that. So let me expand this a little bit further. Are we able to, or is it possible that, and I'm sure the existing council can make a decision on this. Let's say we said, because we're talking the 1%, which is $800,000, and then next year was like 1.2 or whatever, to keep that 1%. Are we able to make a statement to say that, for the next 3 years, we're going to pull that 1%, whether it's 800,000 this year, 1.2 the next year, whatever it is next year. Are we able to say for the next 3 years, instead of taking that from the taxpayer, we're going to take that money from the principal of Grant County Power? Are we able to do that?
Yes, we could. It will change how much interest that gets. But also, when you get to 3 years, though, like now we're talking 4 or 5 million that we are now going to have to add in to keep up that 1% model.
I understand
that. But you can, yes.
But that was going to happen regardless of where we took it from, right? If we left it as it is right now, we're going to take 800,000 for this year's tax.
Yep, the 5 million would still be there, but instead of them seeing like a 1% increase this year, 1% next year, it'd be 0, 0, 0, 5 or 7, right? Like, because our starting points aren't going up, our total levy programs aren't going up. So if we don't start raising it from the tax base now, then when we do decide that the money's got to come from the tax base, it's like a 5, 7, 10, depending on how many years we push it down. That kind of scale of increase.
And sorry, Mr. Mayor, through you, I'm just trying to wrap my head on this, and I appreciate what you're saying, but like, again, if we said the next 3 years we're going to take 800,000 this year, 1.2 the next year, and let's say 1.5 the next year, so we've got what, like let's say like 3.5 million ish. We're going to pull from that the Grant County Power, right? So that in essence, we know from our long-term financial plan that 25 or 26, 27 are heavy years within that, right? So if we were to get ourselves past that point, so we've already got the 3.5 or the 3.5 million. So then we start the 1%. So the 1%, if it's 3 million at that time, 4 years down the road, it's going to be 3 million whether we took that 3.5 in the last 3 years anyway. So all I'm trying to do is to take the 1% off of this year's tax hike, use that money that's sitting there for the next 3 years to get us over that hump of 26, 27. And then if it's $3 million or $4 million or $2 million, 3 years down the road, that's coming off regardless. But what we've done is we've given ourselves 3 years to get over the wave, to get ourselves back into, as we were talking, if we have a budget that's 3% or 4%, it's easier to put that extra 1% on there.
Yeah, and it's possible. It's also hoping that wave is just a wave and not a continue. Like there's not a bunch of other projects that are going to show up for that 4 to 5, 6 year window that are also going to need attention, that are going to be competing to change that wave.
Right. Okay. And the final thing I'm going to say on that is the fact that for as long as I've been on council, we've been talking about that money sitting there. And, you know, we're sitting at 7.8% right now. We know that it's going to take $1 million a year or so plus over the next few years. Why don't we use that money to get us over that hump to help out our taxpayers in the next 3 years rather than do the double whammy and hit them? That's all I'm saying. And if we're able to do that, I'd be willing to try and formulate a motion in my head in order to do that, if we're able to do so.
Sorry, Councillor Chambers.
The one thing that impacts is that we would not be taking it from the levy. So on your tax bill, it would not show as a special levy. What you might want to consider along the same line is take money from the, if you want to do that, take that money from the power reserve to offset the operating, but leave the special levy there to show people that they're contributing to the hospital. The bottom line is the same. The action is the same, except for paying for the, putting it in a hospital reserve out of the other reserve you collected on the taxes. Your bottom line won't change, but how you do it might be more impactful if you put it on the levy and then you don't run into the problem Heather is talking about, and people see on their tax bill that a portion of their taxes is going for the hospital, which I don't have any problem whatsoever in explaining to people, because I think most people support a contribution to the hospital.
Councillor Bell.
Yeah, thank you. So I think it's getting a bit esoteric now. I think what we need is a graph that shows what actually you would be paying next year, the year after that, following Councillor Pearce's idea of taking money from the Brant County Power Fund. Let's just see how that plays out, because I think we're talking numbers that we can't really envisage at the moment. I can see where Heather is taking this, that in 3 years' time, if we draw from the Brant County Power Fund for 3 years, then there's going to be a $4 or $5 million hike just to keep the pace on providing money to the hospital reserve fund, because it's accumulating. It's 1 this year, it's 2 next year, it's 3 the year after, and so it goes. So if we hide that from the tax levy for the next 3 years, there's going to be a reckoning. Now, maybe that reckoning will be fine. Maybe the forecast is good and we get to 27 and we fall off a cliff and we don't have to charge 10 or 12% tax increase. Maybe it's a negative, in which case, great. But I think I would need to see it graphically to really fully understand it and to tell the story to our community.
Councillor Howes and then Councillor Pearce.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just want to speak a little bit on the communication side of this, and I like the direction that Councillor Chambers is illustrating as whatever magic we can work to get the main tax levy number down. Then we say, and here's the amount that you as a taxpayer are contributing to the new hospital fund. I think that's an important messaging. Just wanted to share that.
Councillor Pearce.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, and absolutely. However, if we're able to use it just for the overall operating cost, all I'm simply saying is let's use some over the next few years to get us over this wave, keeping in mind, as Heather says, the wave might be a little bigger than what we think, but we know from what we've been shown in the long-term plan, the next few years are going to be, the wave we think is going to be cresting. So all I'm saying is, however we can do it, I think we need to do some of it. It's been sitting there. We've spoken about it for years and years and years and years and years. I think it's time to use some of it.
Councillor Oakley.
Through you, Mr. Sir, I have 2 comments. One, what to do with the Brant Power Fund is something that pretty explicitly earlier we talked about. That was in the report last week, 2 weeks ago with the long-term financial plan, that we were not going to make that decision today, instead make that decision later on, and the 1% was an interim. Because one of the solutions in there is that we don't do the cumulative 1%, and that instead we just put the Brant Power Fund in there, and that's their $30 million start, and we're good. That's where we're at. I also think there's some misunderstanding here where the 1% is, it's not 800,000 this year, and then there's $900,000 next year. It's 800,000 this year, then the 800,000 plus the 900,000, so 1.8, and then you're taking that 1.8, adding another million, so that it gets to a very large number very quickly, and as was shown in the graph earlier, and as I've said, every single year at council or at our budget meeting, we keep borrowing money from ourselves because we don't want to present a high tax rate because it's hard to have the conversation, and we're just continually kicking the can down the road. And it's a choice that we're making every single year, and it's why our budgets are challenging, because we continue to not increase our levy to a level that's sustainable. From my own data that I've pulled, we're about 15-20% under the median for Southwestern Ontario, and I think that's because this appears the sort of shell game finances is how we've gotten to this point where we're not funding ourselves sustainably, and we're still talking about doing it again this year. I don't understand how we keep having this conversation every single year, saying we're not going to do it again, and then we do it again. So I'm just confused, frankly.
Any other speakers?
Mr. Mayor, just one comment on the whole borrowing, taking from Brant County Power Fund versus how we get to, get to a more reasonable tax rate. I'd say, rather than, just a suggestion, rather than taking from it now and not being able to make that big decision on what to do with it. I mean, it doesn't matter which reserve we pull from. If we're going to pull from a reserve, let's pull from the contingency reserve. Let's pull a big amount from the contingency reserve, or say we're pulling 800,000 this year, and next year we plan on pulling 1.2. Base it on that, the money we have in that contingency, and then worst case scenario, we may need to pull at some time money from the Brant County Power Fund to reimburse that reserve if we run out of money there. But it's just, rather than trying to pick which reserves we're going to keep at which level, I would just, that one's there basically for this purpose. And as much as every year we do have the discussion, so far historically we've always had supplemental taxes at the end of the year that have managed to refill those. So it's not a terrible solution to pull from that, just rather than trying to debate back and forth about, when we get to the bigger numbers in this model, it's going to be way harder to find places to pull that from. But if for this year we pull the contingency reserve piece in, and then we also still have that as a special levy amount, then we've kind of achieved both of those goals.
Councillor Chambers, and then Councillor Garneau. Oh, Councillor Garneau, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we would do a disjustice to our residents to not have a discussion about affordability as it relates to the tax increase. We considered all of the items as their individual pieces, and now we have the sum of the parts. Global News yesterday reported that 375 Canadians go insolvent every day, that we're at a 15-year high in the rate of insolvencies, and that business insolvency is up 28.6%, with construction, transportation, and warehousing, accommodation, and food services being the sectors hardest hit, according to the Office of the Bankruptcy Superintendent. I think that we do have to pause for a minute and remember, as Councillor Coleman said earlier today, that there really is only one taxpayer, that our businesses are going to pay on a multiplier of 2.5 over our residences here, depending on their nature. The Brantford Brant Chamber of Commerce tells me that we have about 1,500 businesses in the county of Brant, and they estimate 90% of them are owned by local residents. So I do think that we need to pause for a minute and think about that affordability, because for some of us around the table, a few $100s may be something we can absorb, but for others, we're really asking them to go without. Councillor Miller talked earlier about the food bank as something we might fund. The City of Kingston actually declared food security emergency in their community a couple of weeks ago and started to make commitments towards that. I think that with the broader economic circumstances, we do have to pause for a minute and really think about the individuals that we're asking now to come up with this additional money, and just make sure that we're respectfully recognizing that for some folks this is going to be tough. I hope I can speak about a conversation I had with my predecessor around this table, who talked about with last year's tax increase. She is a grandparent and sees lots of grandparents in her social circles, and they were the ones that, when parents couldn't make ends meet, they were being asked could they chip in for programs and activities for the grandkids. And she was commenting that some of her friends felt that they couldn't on the fixed income, and so there was a trickle-down effect there. But all of this to say, I do think we just need to pause for a minute and think about the individual people as well as the broader context in which we're making these decisions.
Thank you. Councillor Pearson and Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Heather. So question. We talked about, whether we take it from this reserve or that reserve. If we take it from the contingency reserve in your chart here, so hypothetically, if we took the 800,000 from the contingency, which is the 1%, we're starting 800,000 in the hole next year, correct? Yes. Okay. Right. So my point is, if we take, and I'm just using the 800,000 as an example, if we take the 800,000 out of the principal of the Brant County Power, we're just taking $800,000 out of something that's been sitting there for 15 years. So that does not get us to a starting point of that 800,000 next year, correct?
Yes, because it would be considered revenue for this year. That transfer from the Brant County Power Reserve would be considered revenue into our budget to fund our total expenditures.
Kind of struck out there, didn't I?
Councillor Bell.
All right.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, just for people following this conversation, because it's an interesting one, I just pulled up the long-term financial plan report that we got a couple of weeks ago. Annual tax increase that was forecast there, including the hospital reserve contribution for this year at 7.2%, so pretty close. 2026, 13.6%. 2027, 7.2%. And then it goes negative, which I don't believe. But what I do believe is the next 3 years, because we've got a pretty good handle on what the next 3 years are. So it's a difficult thing to manage. But the more we can smooth out 7, 13, 7, the better it will be.
Anyone else? When we talk about taking the $800,000 from the hospital, we don't actually have to take it and give it to them. I mean, we're going to keep it and invest it. So we're still making money. I mean, we don't take a big chunk of money and just say, here, take this. I mean, we still invest it. It stays put where it is. I mean, they may not call for that for 10 years. As I said, that's the only good modeling plan of a hospital is you just know it's not there, but you can still invest it and do all the things you need to do to not lose everything on the 800,000. So, Councillor McAlpine.
Would you mind putting back the slide with the percentage of change if we take it out of our reserve? Okay. So if we took 600,000 out of our reserve, then we would reduce the impact on the levy by 0.7%.
Correct.
And that, what is our total levy? Yes, at 7.9. So that would bring us down to 7.3. And
I think they're just inputting that into their model here for you. 600.
well, yeah, just compare some different possibilities and just playing with it. So then that's 7.2. To get it down below 7, 800,000 would get us below 7 then? So that's 6.9. Okay, so then if we have a 1% levy for the hospital, then it sounds more like we're doing less than 6% increase in a sense when people think about it. And then they're investing 1% into the hospital, which makes it a little bit more palatable, that's all. So as we were sort of alluding to, if we start taking out of that reserve now for the next couple of years, then future years, then we raise we're balancing it out over a number of years. So it might be an appropriate way of using our reserves, in my view anyway.
Councillor Chambers.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if Heather, you can explain the line, the current level of the contingency reserve is approximately 2.6, assuming the approved 1.5 is required to be withdrawn. So if I assume that the 2024 is not required to be withdrawn, then the contingency reserve would be 2.6 plus 1.5? Is that, am I reading that right?
Yep, that's correct.
So my question is, will the 1.5 be required to be withdrawn?
We believe that at least a large portion of it will not be required, but we're still working through the year ends, so.
So assuming that a large portion of the 1.5 that we stewed about last year is not going to be required,
yep.
And that would make the contingency reserve 2.6 plus 1.
Probably around 4, yeah.
Let's say, then why don't we take the 1.5 that is not required to be withdrawn this year, put it to next year, and maybe next year it won't be required to be withdrawn either, which 9 years out of 10 it isn't, and you've said that. We always worry about using up the contingency reserve, but in the 40 years I've been on council, we've never had a deficit, and we always have money left over because we budget wisely. So if we took 1.5 million, applied it to the operating or to the budget, that would lower it by 2%. And if we take the 800,000 off the hydro reserve to be used to offset the levy another percentage point, and take the money and put it in reserve, which is going to be there whether it's in one reserve or the other, you can get the levy down 3%, which is maybe a little bit better than 8%. Plus it shows that the people that 1% of that is going toward the hospital. Using John's theory, that brings it down another percentage point, and now you're in the ballpark.
The only hesitance I'd have to do in that is that we might want to do that next year when we're looking at a 13% increase. That we might want to keep our powder dry for that.
That's the same argument I heard last year with all the hand wringing, and it ended up we didn't spend the 1.5. So my theory is that if traditionally, historically, we don't use that, what we always worry about, then maybe next year we won't have to worry about it, and it won't look as bad, and we can do the same thing.
Any other speakers?
Gary, can we bring the other screen back up, and then we could just show what this looks like if we. So it would basically be the 1.5 plus 800 coming from reserves of some kind is what the modeling is going to show. Yep. Okay. 1 second.
Councillor House?
Just so I just want to make sure I understand this. And I like the way Councillor Chambers has been framing this. In this scenario, and with our communications and the way it would show up on a tax bill, your tax levy would be 4.1% plus 1% to go to the hospital, new hospital reserve or the new hospital fund, which we hold in a piggy bank that's just a different piggy bank than where it's been sitting, in wherever else it's come from. That's basically.
It does create, once again, 2.3 million in revenues we won't have at the start of next year's budget, though.
Councillor Oakley first, then Councillor Bell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll just make a few comments, highlighting comments like Councillor Bell made earlier today about the several $1 million worth of capital projects that we've deferred till next year. And you know, when we were doing our asset management plan, we found that we had, you know, roughly $1 billion worth of assets, a large portion of which are hundreds of millions of dollars worth of deferred maintenance. And our nearby municipality of Wilmot is currently doing a 51% increase, and I suspect we'll be doing our own in a couple of years with the way we proceed. So,
well, hopefully you're wrong, Councillor Oakley. Hopefully you're wrong, Councillor Bell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two questions. Can staff confirm that Trillium Way and John Noble Home are fully accounted for in the set of numbers that we've been looking at?
They are not in the budget. They are numbers that are going to be looked at to send to the debenture report. I don't know what the John Noble Home numbers are going to be, but the Trillium Way piece, there is a component that is going to be added to our debentures.
The reason we jumped from 7.2 this year in the long-term financial plan forecast of tax increases to 13.6, part of that is a big debenture. Are they, Trillium Way and John Noble Home, being captured in that debenture?
They're in there now at the rates that we have, so there will be an additional for Trillium Way, I think, unless, once again, as I said, we are looking at possible some borrowing internally to deal with some of those that may make them not hit that debenture list, but we are still working through those.
Yeah, I'm looking a year ahead and wanting to have confidence that we're not going to hit a wall. If we take $2.3 million this year, and then it's in addition to then the numbers that we used in the long-term financial plan. So effectively another 3%. So the starting point or the expectation would be 16.6%, not 13.6%.
No, we're not going to hit our wall this year on either project with those additional. It's because it's just based on the amount you're paying back. So
no, I'm talking about tax rate.
Oh,
the tax rate that
if we were just going to fund those straight up in this 1 year,
yeah. And if we're going to take 2.3 million that we then have to add to our starting point for next year, that's not in the long-term forecast.
No.
That we saw. So they started at 13.6 for next year.
Oh, I see what you're
now we just added 3 million, 2.3 million or 3%. So we're looking at starting at 16.6 next year, a big part of which is a large debenture. Is that correct?
Roughly, yes.
Okay, I think we're pushing the barrel down the road.
Councillor Chambers.
The way I understand it, the reason that next year the levy looks so high is that we are transferring from capital rather than about 60 million this year to 27 million next year, and that increases the levy. One of the things we talked about when we talked about the long-term financial plan is mitigating that hump of raising or taking from operating to capital, not over just 1 year, but over a few years. In other words, spreading the capital projects out further and maybe not doing some of the stuff next year, but the next year, so mitigating the capital projects is easier than the operational. Operational doesn't change too much. It's the capital that is causing the significant increase projected for next year. So maybe if staff can comment on the capital program for 2026, which necessitates the increase from 16 million to 27 million or whatever it was, can that be mitigated and spread back so that next year's tax levy is lowered through that method rather than by trying to not lower it this year?
And that's largely what I was talking about in terms of implementing the long-term financial plan. I think when Byron was up here himself, he said, this is just where the unconstrained projects based, like this is where the projects take us, right? Like this is where naturally where things are expected to go. First thing we'll be doing is looking into 2026, which projects need to happen, which projects are not asset related, things that have to move. The other piece is the debt piece, right? Like, do we come back to council and say, if we want to proceed with some of these things, do we look at increasing our self-imposed debt limit? Especially if we have taken care of some of our other pieces, like the hospital contribution, right? These things are certainly, I think even when Byron was here, he said, the 13% that he presented, he's like, he recognized that that's not what at the end of the day we're probably going to be bringing back next year. There could be some grant funds that come in that might change the landscape, or there might be some projects we just decide this is just not the time to do. Like there's lots of work to be done each year, which is why we look at it on an annual basis. We only got that long-term projection like hours before we presented it to council. So, I mean, we know there's a ton of work left to be done, and I think the long story short is, though, we do need to invest more in our capital infrastructure, and there's work to be done and money to be spent, and it's not going to be easy going forward. I think we're probably going to be having some difficult discussions about things like the wastewater treatment plan, and these things are going to be coming back to council in bigger discussions this year. But in terms of where, it's we're not just leaving 2026 and not touching it again till we get there.
So in other words, the 13% levy increase next year, bogeyman, maybe not be as frightening as we think, because we can mitigate that with other methods going forward. And I just to go on a completely different track, I have a question for Rob Walton, and that is, we just had the big funding announcement when Will was there and everybody got their pictures taken of this big provincial contribution to the capital program. How does that affect the capital requirements that we have to raise taxes for? Does that have an impact on this year's budget, or is that on next year's budget, or does it have just lower debt? How are we doing that?
Through the mayor to Councillor Chambers. So there's been two recent announcements of funding the St. George one for the wastewater treatment plant, and we had that done in time. We actually figured that into the development charges. So the development charges were all figured around that, and we'll be using the calculations we did there to come up with the rate. So that one really isn't a taxation-based one at all. It affects the rates for wastewater for the whole county. More recently, the announcement for some funding for Grand River Street North, that hasn't really been figured into the budget yet because it came after everything was done. So it will reduce the amount we've got to put into those projects, and it's $9.some million. So it will be a help.
There's $9 million out there that can be used to mitigate future capital requirements in future years, is what you're saying.
That's correct.
So there again, the 13% bogeyman has just been shook a little bit with $9 million out there that we weren't counting on, that isn't in the long-term capital forecast.
Yeah. Now, I don't think we've done that. That's only recently been announced. We really haven't done the analysis of how that impacts. Like, some of it will be the reduction on money that was coming out of development charges, some of it out of taxation and the like too. So there hasn't been any analysis done on that yet, but still a great news story.
Councillor Bell.
So bogeyman comes back. I think I mentioned earlier that our current planning does not fully fund the Paris floodwater mitigation plans. Our long-term financial plan doesn't fully fund affordable housing. Our long-term financial plan doesn't fund the proposed additional office accommodation for the staff. There's a whole bunch of stuff that it doesn't include. So I'd be wary of saying 13.6 is not really true. I think, if anything, it's potentially low. But I do think what it does say to us is there are quite a few unknowns. So we should be thoughtful about reducing our flexibility now by taking money from reserves that we might find we need more so going forward in the future. And that we need to recognise the tax levy has to move up. And as Lucas pointed out, we're relative to our competitors, our neighbouring municipalities, we are low taxes. And partly it's because we had a long history of low taxes, which now leads us to the point where we end up with 13% next year, 7% the year after, and it could be more. So I'd be really hesitant.
Okay, Heather, do you have anything else?
Just one comment on that most recent announcement. It's not the projects that money's towards are scheduled to be funded by debt, so it will help in our debt limit discussions. It doesn't actually reduce our capital levy requirements.
Councilor Chambers.
Or we could put it to the levy and not take it off the debt.
Yeah, the money though has to be spent on that project, which we've got as a debt funded project.
Well, just playing with the numbers again. If we went to the contingency and took $1 million out and didn't take it out of the BCP, what are we at then? And then the contingency, yeah, okay, so that's at 6.1 then? And then, so that would be 5.1 plus our hospital, which would be probably quite palatable to a lot of people compared to what other people are doing. Other counties and cities.
Any more comments? No? Councillor Pierce.
Okay, we're gonna play with numbers again. What if you were to take a little bit off that contingency to get us back to the 6.2 that we started at? What are we taking out? Like if we made that 1.5, like 1.3. You guys are way ahead of us, eh? When you started typing them other numbers in there, I went, hey, there's a staff right there, Mr. Mayor. So there's our starting point. Plus, we're going to have that separate line in there with the 1%. So that's special levy for the hospital. And as Lucas said, we are way cheaper than everybody else. I'm not saying that it's a good thing and it's going to be painful for some. Absolutely it is.
Why wouldn't we put the 800 back?
Because that puts us more in the hole next year, Mr. Mayor.
Mm-hmm. All right. What motion?
Oh, that we lock in the contingency at that 1.3, whatever it is.
We have a motion on the floor.
Oh, what's the motion then?
She can read it to you if you like. Madam Clerk.
It's the recommendation in the report, which is as required by Ontario Regulation 284/09. Council acknowledges that the expenses related to the post-employment benefits are included in the 2025 budget, and that the estimated amortization expense has been included in the 2025 budget. And further, that expenses related to landfill closure and post-closure costs are excluded from the 2025 budget.
That's different.
That's
Are we looking?
different.
I think we did just jump around though. I think we did have that motion on the floor and then we came back to the contingency discussion. So that motion is likely on the floor just to be
So we need to
considered.
clear that one first.
We just need to vote on that one first and then we can come back and finalize this.
So let's vote on what's on the floor then. All those in favor of what's on the floor? Okay, now we can start again. Thank you.
So then I can make that motion that we take that amount from the contingency in order to reduce the budget.
Seeking a seconder. Councillor Pierce? Councillor Garneau? Are you? Oh, okay. Councillor Garneau is going to second it. That's good. We had 4 seconders actually.
Does that reduce it even more?
That's really, we don't even hardly have to vote. Anyway, is there any more comments? Councillor Chambers?
Just a question, does that lock that in? If we vote for, does that lock that in? And that's where the budget is gonna lie and there's no additional discussions on the budget? Is that finalizing the budget?
Well, this is conversation now. We can talk about it. It's only on the floor and it has a seconder, but this is where we talk about it and maybe it gets removed or altered or.
But if it passes or fails, then
That's it.
that's it. So, Mr. Mayor, I'll move that we table that motion to allow further reflection on the proposal that's in front of us, and that'll give staff and council and everybody else to have a look at this and just make sure we're all on the same path. In other words, what I'm asking for is another budget session, just might be just an hour just to finalize everything, but rather than do it, because I'm not so sure that I can support that at 6.2%. I don't want to vote against the budget, but I can't support that.
So my understanding, Mr. Mayor, is if this were to be passed, and it is 6.2, but one of those is it's special for the hospital, but it would still have to go to council for final approval. Like, we're not final approving this thing here. It's just committee as a whole, we're suggesting to put this forward to council. So I'm not sure that we need another session to review it. If there's any questions, it can be brought up at council at that time.
And also through the mayor, if we approve like Councillor McAlpine's motion for the contingency, we do still have to approve the actual budget motion to finalize the budget. So even between those 2 steps, if someone wanted to make a further motion to do the other 800 or something, it's something we could consider separately.
Councillor Chambers?
And I'm good with that as long as we don't have to go through a notice of motion to reconsider and all that kind of stuff, and which we've never had to do in the past with budgets. Then that gives us a chance to further reflect, and someone might have a epiphany tonight of how to save another 1%. I'll be thinking about it, but as long as we get another chance at this, that's okay.
Keep thinking about it, Councillor Chambers. Councillor Oakley?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, I just wanted to jump in that I think that's been clarified that the motion specifically to alter the contingency reserve and not towards the motion, not finalizing the budget altogether. And since that's clear, I will just make a comment in regards to the motion. I will not be supporting it, and I think this is a tremendous mistake.
Okay. Anything else? Councillor Coleman?
I'll do it now and be done with it. And one thing I did, not going to try to hearings. For years. They sat back. Sat back. Went to 9.7% last year increase. And what was it before that? We have been there. So, if we could put money into the hospital fund and do something, and hopefully, as Councilor Chambers say, maybe next year won't be as bad as what we're thinking. You gotta be optimistic. My glass is always over half full. And if it's below the label, it's empty.
Are there any other comments? Well, I can only tell you when I sit on the Western Wardens Association and they've told me what's happening in their communities all over Ontario, and they have no growth. They save money for a dump truck full of asphalt to fix potholes. So we are in a very exceptional position here. I mean, we have growth. We're trying to find a way through the Ministry of Transportation to open another whole piece of our county, that's going to generate $2.5 billion very soon. I mean, our story is successful and it's amazing. And there wasn't anyone at the conference this year that told me how lucky I was to be the mayor of the county of Brant, because everything they hear is good. They hear good things about our staff. They hear good things about our management. They hear good things about our council, although they could have been here last night and they would have changed their mind. But our council gets along, we get decisions made, and we're very lucky. So it's not as if some of these counties that have these big increases, Councillor Coleman's right, that they're praying for someone to come in and build 4 houses so that they can make a couple of bucks to fix a couple of things. And that's not us. That doesn't look like us at all. It hasn't looked like us for a very long time. So we're very lucky as a county, and I hope that we always remember how grateful we should be to be part of the county of Brant, because it's true. And every time we go to a convention or we go to to some sort of a dinner where there's other mayors and councilors there, they tell us, it's a very, very, very good story in the county of Brant. So somebody has to know that we're paying for it with something. I mean, no, I think it's great. I think this is fine. It's on the floor. Councilor McAlpine's put it on the floor. He has a seconder in who? Who seconded? Councilor Garneau. Is there any other comments or questions? It's going to be brought to council. If there's any tweaking or somebody wants to donate $1 million or anything, you've got until council to do that. And that'd be great if you know anyone. If not, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? And opposed? And carried. Okay, onward. Councillor Coleman wants to move that, seeking a seconder. Councillor Pierce. Any other comments or questions to 6.1? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Oh, looking for Councillor Miller. He's not. He's on the beach. There you go. 6.2 is the property tax ratios. No. Well, he was supposed to do it. You got somebody else to do it. Final recommendations. Heather, are you going to?
Yes, we have 2 options. We can either present the recommendation and the committee can look at it and make a recommendation about what it does on the 28th, or we can defer the final recommendation and just consider it at council on the 25th, or we can defer the recommendation and come back to the committee sometime between the 2. So there's really the 3 options in terms of next steps. But I do believe Heather does have the recommendation prepared. If they just want to bring it up the street and take it.
Okay. All right. I think council showed you don't want it closed completely right now. You want to be able to revisit it when it was presented to council, right? Okay. Hopefully it says something like that, Councillor Chambers. Councillor Chambers. I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
No, and all our meetings are public. We did do the public engagement, and part of that was having, public's always welcome to come make delegations to council, but we've never had like a public hearing kind of meeting for the budget, as long as I remember. No.
That the 2025 budget for the County of Brant with a property tax levy of $77,300,700 plus a special levy of $800,000 be approved, and that the 2025 capital budget for the County of Brant totaling expenditures of $108,351,528 be funded from the capital tax levy in the amount of $16,805,663, reserves, grants, and recoveries of $85,863,260, and debt debentures of $5,712,605.
Councillor Bell?
Just to make a suggestion, that we actually say what the special levy is for.
Yeah, we could just put the special levy is for the beginning of the hospital fund. Are we going to put that in? Yeah, there we go. Any other questions, concerns about the motion? No. All those in favor? I'm sorry?
Weren't we gonna wait until the council meeting to final
We
vote?
have to finish today's.
Oh,
We have a motion in front of us here, and then it's going to be brought to council. That's when you can talk more to it or take away from it. Mover was Councillor Coleman. Did you have a seconder? Councillor Pierce? Yeah. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.